epistemic decolonization. And we will be hearing from her. Since we have enough time, so we can take 5-10 minutes more, whosoever can, and by the time others will join. So let me present my perspective. I've not studied it too much, but I've followed developments in Latin America, and I am also a journalist. So some of my points will be too general, but possibly also relevant. We are currently living in a time when the battle of ideas is threatening to be a battle of leaflets. Such is the onslaught of the big tech and the new right that we are led to believe that grand ideas are fizzling and have lost their marbles. Maybe we are fast becoming a demotic society. Perhaps we are witnessing the principle of reverse movement. As ideas, institutions, and systems gain ascendancy, the opposing forces are concurrently also intensifying. See, for instance, in Latin America, it looks like this is one area where the progressive left elements are still resurgent, but you also have the rise of Javier Milei, who has just won presidency in Argentina, and there are many others now. When we are witnessing the worst of massacres and human rights violations in the Gaza, my thoughts go to Anadia Shibuli, Palestinian writer, who talks about what it means to be born without land, without peace, and without humanity. She further says that colonization blocks access to the words and information which are needed to construct the story of one's own history. Because the victor erases all traces of the element that could have preserved your memory. This is what colonization has done to the colonized. Perhaps we are now into uncharted ontological and epistemological territory. But you can also say that there has never been a good time for thinking, nor for poetry, or for that matter, art. As Spanish philosopher Victor Gómez Pin tells us that before bad education, we are all great poets. To him, education is an instrument of domination. It is more oriented towards forming pieces of production than critical citizens. Robert Jones, New York Times best-selling author, in his book, The Hidden Roots of White Supremacy and the Path to a Shared American Future, tells us how native stories have been erased too long and that American history didn't begin either in 1776 or 1619. But history also makes you hopeful because you have seen it before, things happening before. This is where comes Gandhi. Gandhi taught humanity the power of no. No is a symbol of resistance. It implies a halt, a cessation, and an insistence that enough is enough. As Dai Ching, woman who opposed the Three Gorges Dam in China, said, the highest expression of dignity can be summed up in a single no. Some years ago, when you had the outpourings of citizens' movements in the Arab world and across the world, you heard similar phrases like kefaya, ya basta, que se vayan todos, let everyone go. These were in Latin America, and kefaya in the Arab world. All these movements were united by a common Gandhian no. English writer Paul Kingsworth says pretty much the same thing in his book, One No and Many Yeses. Governments across the world are trying to silence that no. They want only yeses. And perhaps no is one of the hardest words to say. But it is very necessary in the world we live today. No can be a lighthouse that best guides our lives and our souls. Columbus was on a civilizing mission. His letter to the Spanish king was self-promotion and propaganda. Someone say it was the 15th century version of the fake news. He made sure everybody knew what he had done, that he had reached the islands of the Indias, which he hadn't. He was the first of the exploiters rather than the first of the explorers that we were told and we read in our books. The world has moved from polycrisis to permacrisis. We are dealing with infandus situations. That is, things are too horrible to be named. Today, the fool believes that the tallest mountain in the world is equal to the tallest he has seen. We are now in the clima incognita. We have also seen the death of apology. See the kind of killings happening, but no one is prepared to apologize. Now, coming to the decolonization, it's a lifelong. It's a lifelong process, and it is taking place now in the scholarship across the world. Africa is in a big way, so is India, but we have seen it greatly in Latin America, where you had scholars like Walter Mignolo, Catherine Walls, and several others who have been telling us about the need for decolonization of knowledge. Peruvian sociologist Aníbal Quijano says, in the context of matrix of power, that how European colonizers inflicted a unique mode of domination that rested primarily on marginalization, subordination, and elimination of not just indigenous people, but also their epistemology, their cosmic vision. And yet today you see that many of these indigenous groups have come out with alternative visions. See, for instance, in the Constitution of Ecuador and Bolivia, we are now talking of the rights given to the nature. They are talking of not monoculture, not monocultural liberal state, but intercultural plurinational state. And these are good models that they have come out with. The epistemes of the global north are still dominating us. And hence the need for decolonization is or continues to be urgent. Let me quickly come to one or two points. I also believe that in this context, besides scholarship, storytelling is important, and which is very much strong in the African, Latin American, and even Indian society and culture. As someone says, how the cure for the horror is a story. Chimamanda Adichie, Nigerian writer, says that the stories can break the dignity of the people, but the stories can also repair that broken identity. So storytelling is very important. I would like to quote an African writer It's very interesting. He says, Africans want to know their own history and not about King Henry and his 6 wives. Africa was carved up and the map was hidden from them all their life. They were not allowed to reimagine. They were taught history in which one group of people were made to feel inferior in order to feel superior. As against that, what they are now creating is Afrocentric epistemology. Some of the Latin Americans call it geopolitics of knowledge. So I think these are some of these very fresh ideas that they have been talking about. Veli has been writing and talking about. So this is the time for such stories, such perspectives that we need to hear and to discuss. So welcome to Veli, please. This mic is fine.
I just wanted to say that if people want a glimpse of Veli's CV and the rest of the shape of the program, it's in these files below. And so you can read about Veli there, apart from reading on the internet and all sorts of other places. And this is just because we're waiting for the slides to flip. There we are.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for this wonderful introduction. And for the beautiful words you said about the need for decolonization. It's really overwhelming to be here, actually. So not least because of these really illustrious respondents that I discovered I have, but also because of this amazing space. And so I really want to thank Professor Rukmini for this invitation and whoever else made this happen. It's really incredible being here.
The IIC has to be thanked.
And the IIC, there's their logo,
yes.
And of course our guest for coming here.
Yeah, not that you should be doing all the thanking.
But I don't mind. Anyone else you would like me to thank?
No, general, happy to have you here.
I'm super happy to be here. And I should thank my own National Institutes for the Humanities for making this possible as well, taking care of the mercenary stuff. And my beautiful team at ASEPS, with whom we work very closely, and without whom
I've met,
and
right?
Most of whom you've met. Yeah, you've met most of them. And without whom my work would be nothing, because they keep giving me this amazing feedback. And so I would really like to thank them as well. So what I want to do today is ideally I would want to develop an account of epistemic reparations for decolonizing knowledge, for the kind of suitable reparation for decolonizing knowledge. But I think I'm just going to be modest here and try and just set some constraints on this kind of account instead. And now people in India keep telling me that, well, I was just told 10 minutes ago that apparently Professor Bumber thinks that decolonizing knowledge is for someone from or at least people outside the country work on this kind of topic rather than people inside the country. So it's a bit intimidating to be talking about this stuff if people within the country are not talking or interested in the topic, but hopefully I get you a little bit more interested. And by decolonizing knowledge, I mean something that I suspect is becoming an increasingly more African way of thinking about the enterprise, and that is that we're recentering the epistemic enterprise to our own geopolitical location, to our own geopolitical here and now, instead of hearing about Henry VI wives, right? And to our own interests. And so that's what I'm going to mean by decolonization. Of course, I'm going to speak a lot more about it, but just as a quick, here's what I mean. And then by epistemic reparations, I mean this term that's now associated with Jennifer Lackey and is becoming very trendy in social in at least Western social epistemology. And she means by epistemic reparations, intentionally reparative actions in the form of epistemic goods that are meant to redress the original epistemic wrong, whatever that was. And her key example here is if you've been wrongfully convicted of murder, for example, then not only do you have the right to economic and social reparations, but you also have the rights to be known, by which she means the right for you to tell your own story, to echo Professor Roy's mention of how we don't have access to our own stories. So you have the rights to tell your own story, and we have the corresponding duty to bear witness to that story. So this is what the very basic idea of epistemic reparations is. So why should we care, especially when apparently neither decolonizing knowledge nor epistemic nor any kind of reparation is a great deal in India? And I think that, I mean, at least from my perspective, this kind of thinking advances both scholarship on epistemic reparations, because for some obscure reason, no one has noticed that when we talk about these big structural changes, they need epistemic reparations as well. And no one in the decolonial scholarship seems to have noticed that if we're going to decolonize and recenter the epistemic enterprise, then we also need to acknowledge the wrongs of the past, and we need those wrongs repaired. And in this case, of course, the distinctively epistemic wrongs done. So I'm going to focus mostly on the implications for decolonization here, but I hope that they're also going to be interesting things to say about from the point of view of the Just Transitions project as well. Although I wait to stand corrected on this one, and I look forward to being corrected, in fact. Okay, so what I want to do is quickly fill out this very vague conception of knowledge that I've given you, of decolonizing knowledge that I've given you so far. Then talk about epistemic reparations, the way, or at least just the basics of epistemic reparations, the way Jennifer Lackey thinks of them. And then I'm going to introduce this notion of decolonial. It's a very ugly label. If someone can come up with a better one, I'd be very grateful. Its only virtue is that it actually contracts to dear. So that's what it, so anyway, it's called decolonial epistemic authority reparations. I'm going to isolate this as the key, the core epistemic reparation needed when we're decolonizing knowledge. And then I'm going to further think about this notion or try and set some constraints on an account of dear by thinking of cases of when such reparations get botched in real life at the moment, and then cases in which reparations are altogether inappropriate, to my mind at least. And then I'm going to distill a couple of constraints from there. So as I said, the way decolonizing knowledge is thought of at the moment, at least in African decolonial scholarship, is as recentering the knowledge enterprise. So, for example, Sabelo Ndlovu-Gucheni says that decolonizing knowledge is an intellectual, epistemic, academic process of centering Africa as a legitimate historical unit of analysis, okay, no Henry and his wives, and epistemic site from which to interpret the world. And others have thought about this recentering similarly. So Kwasi Wiredu thinks of the whole project of epistemic decolonization as a kind of two-step program. So there's a negative program and a positive program, and the negative program involves, as he says, the elimination from our thought of modes of conceptualization. Sorry, again, apologies. The elimination from our thoughts of modes of conceptualization that came to us through colonization and remain in our thinking owing to inertia rather than to our own reflective choices. Some people want to go further than that and not just eliminate those forms of modes of thinking that remain due to inertia, but all modes of thinking that came through colonization. But at the very minimum, decolonization would involve this more modest project of at least eliminating unreflectively inherited influences. And then the positive program, according to Kwasi Wiredu, involves exploiting as much as is judicious the resources of our own indigenous conceptual schemas. And this theme of recentering recurs throughout. So Achille Mbembe, still speaking from Africa, talks about rejecting the assumption that the modern West is the central root of Africa's consciousness and cultural heritage. And then the theme recurs in the much older decolonial scholarship in Latin America, as we were talking earlier. So Mignolo's notion of epistemic disobedience, for example, is again a variation of this theme. And by this he means, he calls it the rejection of the 0 point. But he really means there's this universalist conception of knowledge that the West pushes and that's supposedly kind of centered around a dislocated, disembodied subject. And the West says, look, this is the neutral, objective conception of knowledge. But actually, it just basically reflects the geopolitical position of the Western white male, effectively. So that's what epistemic disobedience is, reject this kind of conception of knowledge. And in your part of the world, despite claims that you're not interested in decolonization, Chatterjee talks about finding our voices as producers as opposed to consumers of modernity. So in other words, you're talking about, again, centering the voices of the decolonized place. And I guess so this is the kind of response to the domination of the epistemes of the global north that Professor Roy was talking about. So this is what I mean by decolonizing knowledge, and I think that, and this is something that I've argued for. This means that in the first instance, you can't really do this without restoring the epistemic authority to the colonized. What do I mean by this? Well, the right to think and theorize from your own location and in line with your own interests and your own worldview. Again, not being dominated by the global north episteme, if you want to put it this way. And I think that, some people have thought, like, okay, does this really involve restoring epistemic authority? And I think there's a very simple argument that it must, right? That recentering knowledge must involve restoring epistemic authority. Because the key epistemic wrong of colonialism was precisely to deprive the colonized of this kind of authority. So the colonized were deemed irrational. Their medicine was witchcraft. Their metaphysics was superstition, and so on. And so that to me is a deprivation of looking at a person or in this case of whole groups as centers of epistemic authority. I get to say what is rational. I get to say what real medicine is. I get to say what real metaphysics is, whether it involves ancestors or it doesn't. So I think that like the restoration of epistemic authority would involve not allowing, because that's too patronizing, but restoring the capacity and the freedom to theorize in line with one's own interest, but also in ways that are allowed to contribute to solutions to global problems. So it's not good enough to say, oh, okay, you good people of India, you theorize in line with your own interests, but we all know when it comes to the big problems, we're going to ask the US people, right, how to fix those. So that it must involve this movement both ways, right? So that's, I think, this is what restoring epistemic authority to colonize would mean to the colonized. And if that's right, and so I just have some quotes here to remind you what people are saying, and that's in line with what I'm talking about. So this is Sabel and Lovogacheni saying that not only do we need to center Africa as a legitimate historical unit of analysis, but also at the same time globalizing knowledge from Africa. So this is a nicer way of saying what I just said about how we need to go in both directions. Chatterjee also, that idea of restoring epistemic authority is present in his thinking. So when he talks about finding our voices as producers of modernity, here's how he thinks of it. It's very clear that he means epistemic authority, even though that's my term. But here's what he says. Somehow from the very beginning, we had a shrewd guess that given the close complicity between modern knowledges and modern regimes of power, we would forever remain consumers of universal modernity, never would be taken seriously as its producers. So this push towards being taken seriously as a source of knowledge. So then this is what I mean by decolonizing knowledge and the levels at which one needs to do it. But then the next move is this. Why is it that people haven't noticed that such knowledge, such authority can be restored without redress? And if you think that redress would be necessary for the restoration for this kind of authority, so you can't restore my authority when you took it away in the first place and then don't acknowledge that you did wrong, right? So there needs to be redress. And then the natural question becomes, well, what form should such redress take when it comes to epistemic decolonization? And I'm going to argue that it should take this form of DEAR, decolonial epistemic authority reparations. And so my next task is going to be to spell out a bit more what I mean by this. And I'm going to start with some of the intuitive features. And then, as I said, I'll get into some more technical features, or at least into some ideas about how to spell out some of the more technical features. So what are epistemic reparations in the first instance? Because I'm going to use the existing framework. So to just give you a slightly longer version of the Jennifer Lackey description of such reparations, she says these are intentionally reparative actions in the form of epistemic goods given, and I'm going to have stuff to say about this given, but anyway, given to those epistemically wronged by parties who acknowledge these wrongs and whose reparative actions are intended to redress them. So a very inelegant way of doing this, but I mean, it's a precise definition of what she means. That there isn't a shorter one, unfortunately. And this is kind of comes out in her case from thinking about the United Nations notion of the right to know, that is defined as the right to the truth about gross human rights violations, and the bearer of that right are families, so the victims in the first instance, their families, and society at large. And the reparative thing here is that it's not just that people have the right to know of certain facts that happened, that I killed your family, but they have the right to know of this thing as a violation, as a wrong, a violation of human rights. And so the standard kinds of reparative actions that epistemically reparative actions that the United Nations have undertaken are things like memorialization, apologies, and education. But Lackey argues, actually, this is not enough. The right to be known is the right to know is not really enough for genuinely reparative action, because people also have the right to be known. So the victims have a right to be a giver of knowledge, as she puts it, to others about their own experiences, to tell their own stories. So remember, her paradigm example is you've been wrongfully convicted of murder. You have the right to have your story heard, your true story heard, and we have the right, the corresponding duty to bear witness. And she thinks that this is a more fundamental right. The right to be known is more fundamental than the right to know. So she says, before we can properly acknowledge and apologize, memorialize and educate, we need to listen and bear witness. And we need to know victims, not as merely a means to the ends of fulfilling the right of others to know, but as an end in itself. Okay, this is, philosophy speak, so apologies to the non-philosophers. But the idea is that you need to know my right story, not just because you have a right to know generally, but because I have a right to be known. So that's the basic idea. So that's what the basic framework of, and so of course it's if any of you know Jennifer Lackey's work, it's a very nuanced account. So it's not, but these are the basics, and that's all I'm going to take from her account, in order to then try and theorize a little bit what such epistemic reparations would look like in the case of or the core kind of reparation for epistemic decolonization would be. And I'm going to isolate three intuitive features of these of DEAR. So first, that it has it involves both the right to know and the right to be known, just as per Lackey's standard epistemic reparations. But then they're going to be slightly more distinctive features. One of them is that you can't make sense of DEAR without acknowledging the essential role that social groups play, and especially differently situated social groups. And you can't acknowledge, and you can't, the fact that you can't really perform proper reparative actions if you still retain certain kinds of prejudice. So let me go through this, through these features one by one. So the first one, the fact that DEAR involve the right to know, and the right to be known. And I'm going to use traditional healers as an example here. So clearly, DEAR involve the right to know, because if you're going to restore or acknowledge the epistemic authority of traditional healers as experts, right, then you need to make their expertise publicly available, right? So it's not good saying like, no, you're experts, but then no one's going to have access to your kind of knowledge, right? And this is indeed what, at least in South Africa, again, talking from my parochial point of view, this is what people are saying in traditional healers in South Africa saying as well. So if you look at this banner there, it says, people have a right to choose African traditional medicines and then give them the information, right? So the right to know being claimed there. And this is indeed actually written into the WHO, at least the early thinking, I mean, at least since 2009, I think. So they recommend, of course they recommend, they do not demand or anything solid like this, but anyway, that member states must respect, preserve, and widely communicate as appropriate, the knowledge of traditional medicine, treatments and practices appropriately based on the circumstances in each country and on evidence of safety, efficacy, and quality. Okay, so they might be taking away anyway, but let me not comment on this. The point is that the right to know is available already in the WHO framework when it comes to traditional medicine. But remember that DEAR don't just involve the right to know, but also the right to be known. And I should say that this is not yet reparative because it's missing the normative dimension that I mentioned, which is the duty to make the marginalization of the marginalization until now of traditional healers known as a violation of their expertise, as a violation of the epistemic authority. And that should happen through apologies, memorialization, and so on. And that's not there yet. But anyway, so that's the right to know. And then the right to be known, this is supposed to be a certificate of a traditional healer, which we can't see here, sorry about that. In this case would be the right to be known as experts, right? And of course, what I'm saying here for traditional healers means traditional historians, and sorry, not traditional, Indian or African historians, and so on. So people who are not talking about Henry VIII's wives, but talking about African history and Indian history and so on. And those are the experts. And they set their own terms of how to talk about these things. And again, just to intuitively motivate why we need to have all of these experts known as experts is that this was what was taken away by colonization. And so if you want to recenter knowledge, you need to restore that. Again, this kind of right seems to be written into some of the recommendations of the WHO. So they have something from 2013 that says that member states need to recognize traditional medicine as one of the sources of primary health care, which seems like saying, okay, so these, you need to be recognized as experts. And services that could contribute to improved health outcomes, including those in the Millennium Development Goals. So again, some stuff is being done, but as I'll show shortly, it's not being amazingly done. So this is the first feature of decolonial epistemic authority reparations, that it involves both the right to know and the right to be known, as per Jennifer Lackey's epistemic reparation idea. The second one is what I mentioned as the essential role of social groups, and especially differently situated social groups. So because epistemic decolonization involves differently situated social groups, in other words, those who are, and when I say differently situated, I mean both epistemically and power-wise, right? And because the wrongs that colonialism perpetrated are in the first instance structural, they can't be individually redressed. So I can't, as a white person, bear witness to a single colonized person's story and somehow magically lift the wrong that white people in general have done to the denizens of the earth, right? Like, and so it looks like we need collective accounts of what it is for a group as a whole to be victimized by a political regime. We need, or a colonial regime, but a colonial oppression or any of those things. What it is for a group to experience epistemic wrongs, and what it is for another group to perform reparative actions or to bear witness. Now, this is not to say that there won't be individual elements. So like, I can't really have meaningful relationships with my Black friends and colleagues without individually addressing and doing these reparative actions, right? But this is for personal relationships. It's not like I'm going to redress the ills and the epistemic ills of colonialism by doing these one individual to individual acts. So there is an irreducible role of groups that we need to acknowledge here, and then therefore, like a proper account of of decolonial epistemic authority reparations would involve developing proper accounts at the group level of these things like reparations, victimhood, and so on. So that's the second feature of decolonial epistemic authority reparations. And the final feature is that, and this is again a very intuitive feature, but I think that certain kinds of prejudice would block genuine reparation. So, for example, if you think of Jennifer Lackey's example of the wrongfully convicted murderer, it looks like in that case, let's say that the judge can bear witness to the right story of that murderer, and let's say that that person is Black. The person wrongfully convicted of murder, not the murderer. Apologies. So the judge can bear witness to, and therefore do genuine epistemic reparations for her wrongful conviction, while, let's say, remaining racist. Whereas I don't think that this can happen, obviously, in the case of decolonial epistemic authority reparations. So we can't genuinely repair epistemic authority that was taken away by colonialism by remaining racist. Why? Well, because this kind of racism is precisely the thing that drove the erosion of epistemic authority in the first place. So, as I said earlier, that was like one of the powerful engines of colonialism, that the colonized were irrational, intellectually inferior, and so on. They had to be perceived in that way for colonization to succeed. And so if that's the kind of, if you retain that kind of racism as a group, then you're not going to be able to do reparative work. And this probably goes, I mean, so to use Larry Blum's distinction between two kinds of racism, he thinks that there's inferiorizing racism and then antipathy racism. And it's going to probably only apply to inferiorizing racism. I mean, I haven't thought through probably whether, I can experience antipathy to it, but anyway, at least this kind of racism is going to block reparative action. Now someone, that is not visible. Anyway, that should say conceptual connection. So here's what I'm thinking about. Someone can say, no, hang on, like the judge who's trying to do reparative work by listening to the wrongfully convicted person story, can't remain racist, because if you look at, for example, the US penal system, most of the convictions are done on the basis of racism, right? So you can't actually remain racist and do reparative work. And here I'm trying to draw this distinction between, yes, in that case, it's true that the reparative work can be blocked, but it's almost like a causal blocking, because what wasn't being, racism is causally responsible for the conviction, but there's no conceptual tie between a wrongful murder conviction and racism in the way that there is between colonialism and racism. So that's all I was trying to do with these ugly, massive yellow arrows. Anyway, causal, top, conceptual, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so these are the three intuitive features of decolonial epistemic authority reparations. They involve right to be known and the right to know. They have an irreducibly social element and group element, and certain kinds of prejudice would block genuine reparations. Now, I want to carry on thinking, like pinning down this notion of deer by thinking about cases of botched reparations. So this is our famous Desmond Tutu leader of the Truth and conceiver of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And I want to start with a case that is not actually a case of botched decolonial epistemic authority reparations, because I want you to think a little bit about what botched epistemic reparations in general would look like. And Jennifer Lackey thinks about this kind of case, which I want to call smothering reparations. So, and these are reparations that when you give victims of a certain injustice the space to tell the story, but then you constrain the way they're going to tell that story in a way that clearly blocks reparations. And this is why I have Desmond Tutu here, because, well, I don't mean to lay it on him, but on the way we ran the Truth and Reconciliation Committee in South Africa, because many people objected that the way the reparations were being done was actually asking victims to tell a particular forgiveness story that fits the national narrative of Rainbow Nation, forgiveness, and we are moving on. And there are various instances of this. So one of them was when Dimpo Hani, the wife of Chris Hani, was reprimanded by the white judge for not forgiving the murderer of her husband. And in no uncertain terms, it was like, okay, you're supposed to move on now. It's like, you what now? Okay, so that's one kind of example. And the other one, as I said, that many people. So, for example, my colleague Kium Bebe from Pretoria has argued that the TRC victims were actually like victims of further epistemic injustices by being forced to tell a forgiveness kind of story in various ways. So that's a very cool, not paper yet, it's a talk. So that's one kind of ways in which epistemic reparations can miscarry. Now, I said that this is not a case of botched decolonization reparations, because while they involve epistemic authority as a necessary part of the reparation, they're not themselves the target. Epistemic authority is not the target of the reparation. So what I mean is, like, you can't really perform the reparation without crediting Dimpo Hani with epistemic authority, without crediting the TRC victims with epistemic authority. So you're not saying, no, you guys don't know what you're talking about. You are. You're saying, yes, you know what you're talking about. So they do involve epistemic authority, ascription, but they don't involve epistemic authority as the target of the reparation. We're not trying to repair these people's epistemic authority in the first instance. And that's why I don't think that they're instances of epistemic authority reparations. Of decolonial epistemic authority reparations. Nonetheless, I think they're useful examples of the ways in which epistemic reparations in general can go wrong. So here are two kinds of examples of where DEAR themselves can be botched. And the first one is what I'm going to call epistemic authority whitewashing. And so here's where I think that when people perform supposed reparation that make it seem like epistemic authority is being restored, but at the same time it's being sabotaged in quite deep ways. And I'm thinking again of traditional healers, and I'm not sure what the status of traditional healers in this country is. I know that many people here, more people actually here than in South Africa, go to traditional healers. But in South Africa, at least, we have a traditional healer council, which on paper is supposed to have the same kind of legal and epistemic authority as the medical council or whatever it's called, reads Western medicine. And yet, as a matter of fact, that's not the case. So here's where I was going to have my computer in front of me and be able to read this out to you. But so it's from the labor guide. And it says, employees have not been permitted to provide traditional healer certificates as proof of incapacity, so like doctor's notes and stuff, after a period of absenteeism. And this is due to the lack of established professional counsel as required by Act blah blah section whatever, right? So, and in short, it says, until such a time as the Minister of Health has promulgated the relevant regulations in order to bring traditional healer certificates in line with the requirements of the, this stands for, I had something, anyway, the labor, sorry, I should get new glasses. Employers are not obliged to accept a medical certificate from their employees. Okay, so supposedly everything's legally and epistemically constituted in the right ways. But if you can't actually use a traditional healer certificate to get leave from work, then it doesn't look like that's really restoring epistemic authority and giving expertise status to traditional healers. And you might think, but we all know that South Africans are horrible people, right? Like they were the engineers of apartheid. So this is just South Africa. But in fact, like unfortunately, something very similar happened worldwide with traditional medicine. And this was at the famous, the first traditional medicine global summit that the WHO held 2 months ago here. And I'm not sure if it was here or anyway, in India in any case. And you think, wonderful, okay, so traditional healers worldwide are going to acknowledge, to get their status as experts acknowledged. And then you look at their website, and I don't know what this looks like to you, but this to me looks like a class of bored, like white women doing yoga or something, like doing really bad push-ups. And you're like, so, but I mean, really, that's going to be the page that the WHO puts up, like, that's the impression. And you think, okay, again, like maybe they just really had a really bad webmaster with very, very poor taste. Maybe when you go to the webpage where like you get the advisors, you're going to do different stuff. No. So for the two co-chairs are professors, university professors and doctors and whatever. And then the second co-chair, moreover, is so qualified. She's the director of something at the University of Maryland, US, obviously worldwide famous for traditional healing and traditional medicine. And she's also like an associate of something at Zurich, which is obviously also extremely famous for traditional medicine. Okay, so, and the whole board is made up of university people, right? So basically, again, you're giving, supposedly, you're acknowledging epistemic status, and with the one hand, and then taking it away with the other. Because you're still saying the West is best, and we're going to use that as the standard for when our first global traditional medicine summit is going to be a success and how we're going to run it. So that's the first kind of botched epistemic reparation. And here, I mean, because I'm still thinking about these issues, I thought some neighboring concepts in the literature might be helpful to analyze whatever injustice is is happening here. And one neighboring concept is Patricia Hill Collins's idea of that when you institutionalize liberatory resources, you defang them of their initial emancipatory powers. So she gives the example of the concept of intersectionality. And she says, so this was developed by Black feminist activists. And then before you knew it, I don't know how you all learned about it, but no, we all think that it's due to Crenshaw. And so basically it's like we academics invented it, like who knows how many years later and so on. And she says, when you do this, you're basically taking this concept that was supposed to be for the struggle, you put it in institutions that are governed by dominant knowers, and before you know it, that concept starts serving dominant interests. Surprise, right? And I thought that something similar might be happening here in the case of the traditional healing story, where so let's institutionalize this. Let's have a first global summit. Let's give people authority, and then before you know it, we're talking about people from Zurich and from the US running the show. And then Emmeline Davis, for those of you again interested in feminist epistemology, she also has a nice her paper from 2018 where she talks about when concepts get appropriated again, and then she talks about epistemic misdirection, again to capture this idea of you appropriate the concept and then you use it for your own purposes. And again, that's about the same thing as Hill Collins's idea of institutionalizing a concept and then defanging it. So this is my first case of botched reparations, of decolonial epistemic authority reparations. Second case is what I wanted to call tokenizing decolonial epistemic authority reparations. And again, here we're putatively restoring authority, but in the process, we're tokenizing the victim. And I have in mind what happened in many universities in South Africa, and is still happening, where we go, right, directed from above, we shall decolonize the philosophy curriculum. And then still largely white-run philosophy departments go, how are we going to do that, guys? Okay, let's just chuck in a bit of quasi-Wiredu and, okay, I shouldn't have used that example because I just used quasi-Wiredu, which is actually very popular. Okay, we're going to chuck in like a quasi-Wiredu reading and then some Jeje, and then we're going to be done, right? And we've decolonized the philosophy syllabus. And that clearly essentializes African scholarship by assuming that there's one kind of African philosophy, right? So it's again like the Mercator maps where Africa is just this tiny space in comparison to Europe. And it, of course, tokenizes particular philosophers by making them represent vastly nuanced and complex and different traditions. Saying like, Quasi-Wiredu, you, our black kid in the class who is going to speak for all of the experiences of what it's like to be an African here. And again, so I think this is what I mean by tokenizing decolonial epistemic authority reparations. And again, there are tools in the epistemic injustice literature to make, or at least in decolonizing scholarship and epistemic injustice as well. Emmeline Davis thinks of this as when you give credibility access to certain groups, you exploit them in various ways. And Gail Polhouse discusses the ways in which certain forms of inclusion deepen the oppression of the supposedly included person. And I thought that something similar is going on here. So you're you're restoring epistemic authority supposedly in extremely dodgy ways. And then, when I've given this talk before, people say, but wait, and in fact, Jennifer Lackey asked me this, like, isn't like putting a few African readings in, or at least like an African philosophy module, isn't that better than not doing anything at all? So can't we distinguish between different kinds of botchings, right? Like levels of deficiency involved in botched reparations. And then the suggestion is that when we talk about the whitewashing story, you're causing active harm by, so that was the traditional healing stuff. Whereas with tokenizing, perhaps you're doing partial reparations, and then one day you can do a bit more. And sorry, that came out as no. Okay, but I really think it's not, because I think that the way to work out whether we have a genuine distinction in deficiency here is by saying, well, okay, perhaps we have a case where we've partially restored someone's epistemic authority, and then indeed we'd be talking about partial reparations. But neither of these cases is even partially restoring epistemic authority. It's saying that it's restoring epistemic authority, right? But it's not doing it. In fact, it's kind of actively, I think, slowing down the reparations process by saying, okay, now we've done our job. Now we can carry on being white and happy and like not worry about further reparations here. So that's what my sense is. But I do find the distinction between different ways in which reparations can be botched, like whether they're actually causing active harm or are they just slowing things down or not quite there yet. I think that theoretically that would be a useful distinction, but it just doesn't apply here, I think. So these were cases of botched reparations, and I just want to quickly think about cases in which reparations just seem inappropriate altogether. Not any kind of reparations, but the decolonial epistemic authority reparations. So, and the basic case is what I want to call like reparative saviorism. So this is the case when it's simply like inappropriate for the colonizer to assume the reparative role, because it's not, the colonizer is no longer in a position to give epistemic goods. So remember, I highlighted to begin with, I said I'll have some question marks around the definition that she gives around that word given. So she says it's intentionally reparative actions in the form of epistemic goods given to those epistemically wrong. And sometimes, I mean, that itself already sounds like, who are you? I mean, what are we talking about? Like giving now? And it seems to me that one can get carried away with this definition and then feel that one is in a position to give things that one is not in a position to give. So I think that in certain cases, for example, in South Africa, we now have a completely previously colonized government, right? So, and the people who are now denying the expertise status to traditional healers are no longer the original colonizers or even their beneficiaries. And I think that even though the diminished epistemic authority that's involved there is the result of colonial attitudes, because the colonized are in power now, the previously colonized, the wrong can't be repaired by the colonizer. And I mean, I'd be very curious to hear your thoughts on this as well. But my thinking is that it would be inappropriate in at least two ways for the colonizer to think that they can repair the wrong. So the first one would be making a kind of diagnostic mistake, to think that either, let me say, we should or can repair the wrong. What seems to be more appropriate is some kind of epistemic self-healing, right, for the people of South Africa, rather than the restoration of people who are no longer in power. And this is, I take my inspiration here from some thinking by Fanon, but some work by Fanon thinking about the inferiority complex of the racially oppressed, and the suggestion there is that you need to restore your own self-confidence rather than somehow that kind of ill can be repaired from the outside or by the original wrongdoer. And I think that it will be also a normative mistake to think that the previous colonizer can fix the problem, can redress the wrong, because basically that would be to assume authority that you don't have as a colonizer, and it kind of enforces a certain kind of colonial paternalism. And I'm thinking of you sitting at lunch going, it's not all about whiteness, Veli. So this would be enforce a certain kind of colonial paternalism that's precisely, responsible for colonization to begin with. And I take inspiration for that point from Olufemi Taiwo's recent book against decolonization, where he argues that if we continue blaming colonialism for everything, then you kind of stop crediting the colonized with their own agency. He's thinking about epistemic agency, but general agency as well. So I think that this would be a similar kind of mistake, what I'm calling the normative mistake here. And I think there's also this other issue that if we keep thinking about decolonial epistemic authority reparations in certain contexts, you're kind of keeping your attention on the colonizer continuously. And God knows the colonizer has had enough attention already, right? So you're just continuing to perpetuate the very marginalization that you're trying to fix. So I think that this is why this would be a normative mistake in certain instances. Now, that said, I think that it would, that's supposed to be a map of the world, not a Mercador one. I hope you can see that. But that said, I think it's going to be quite important. I don't think there's like that can be a universal statement for all places trying to decolonize. So they clearly, South Africa is quite special because that was South Africa highlighted over there at the bottom. Because the previously colonized are in power, but there's still some white people left, and they still hold way too much power in terms of academia, in terms of economy, and so on. So that's a strange place, and we might want to say different things for it. Where to a place like Nigeria, for example, where they don't even talk about colonization anymore or decolonization, and there aren't any white people there. And it might not be even, so there it would make no sense to talk about the white people of Nigeria, the previous colonizer, doing reparations. Of course, there are other very well-known places where, reparations are obviously needed because the white people are very much still in power, and the poor Australians over there who not even allowed to have the famous voice, North and South America, and so on. So they're like, obviously, decolonial epistemic reparations are very much appropriate and very much by the previous colonizer. And then there's Europe and so on. So this kind of thinking would come on a continuum, I think, when one would have to be careful about the space. And that kind of goes, without saying actually, because when you think about the way I thought about epistemic decolonization, it was recentering knowledge in this case, but decolonization more generally involves recentering our worldview to where we are right now. So it would make sense that it matters where you are for what kind of decolonization epistemic authority reparation is appropriate and whether they are in the first place. So I think that with these ideas in place, several constraints on a decent account of decolonial epistemic authority reparations emerge. And this is like really a kind of summary now of what I've been talking about. Not this, sorry. Okay, so a substantial or good account of decolonial epistemic authority reparations must articulate in the first instance what it means to be known as an authority, as an epistemic authority, because otherwise we can't really articulate what this right to be known, which is the basic right for epistemic reparations, is. So in order to know what it amounts to, we want to know what it is to have the right to be known as an authority. And of course, then the corresponding duty to bear witness to you as an authority. And remember that the you here is a collective. So it's, as I said, it's another essential feature of DEAR, that they involve, they essentially and irreducibly involve differently situated groups. And therefore, a good account of DEAR must also articulate an account of collective victimhood, an account of collective epistemic wrong, an account of collective bearing witness or epistemic reparative action. It should not, such an account should also not ignore the role of prejudice, of certain kinds of what I call inferiorizing racism, and probably other prejudices as well. So given the way people have argued that, people like deSouza Santos and so on, have argued that colonialism really ties together racism, sexism, and all of these lovely isms. So probably other forms of prejudice would block epistemic reparative actions as well for decolonization. Such an account should also have a way of principally distinguishing between genuine ways of restoring authority versus, whitewashing ways, tokenizing ways, essentializing ways, and so on. And finally, it should also be able to explain and be quite sensitive to location when it comes to which contexts call for reparations and where, which ones don't. We know that they all call for reparations. Then the question is, who's supposed to be doing reparative work, and from where they're supposed to come. And I think that's me. Thank you.
Wonderful. We have two commentators to discuss this.
Thank you so much for that very extremely insightful and kind of provocative at one level paper. I just hope I'm able to say thanks a lot. That's yes. Right. I'd like to begin by actually latching on to a phrase that you bring out on page 6 of your paper, and where you talk about the idea of the notion of, and also the reality of, possibly historically, of how the civilizing mission, in a sense, characterized the colonial project, and how it was, it saw itself burgeoning through the idea of creating the savage, in a sense. So if you actually look at, what could be seen as the brutalization of the education system in India at one point of time, which continued for a long time through Macaulay's assumption that what the Indian population, and so it came through a grounding of understanding education in a particular way, that it was, it had the intent of taking people back into their pasts, perhaps, and that the new education system that should be brought forth with very deep insights indeed at times, also accounted one way or the other the idea of Indians particularly as savages. And there's historically their records, and in Bengal, for example, you have this statue of the Pandit, and this where, and the whole, it was a kind of projection through metaphors. So in a big way, you begin with wondering that this mission that characterized the colonial project continued one way or the other over a very long period of time. And what did it really, how does, how do you really factor that, in a sense, a brutalization of education itself for the Indians? My question actually also arises out of my own experience of having asked a journalist when the quote-unquote Iraq war happened about what is happening, what does Amnesty think about it, for instance. And I was told that Amnesty is not a charity organization. Now that's like a kind of a way in which, what you're saying, that the systemic institutions which promise to bring about a sense of justice quiz you on the idea of what is it that they really hold as precious in their philosophy. It reminds me of what Gandhi said once upon a time in his ashram. There was, this is mentioned in Young India, which is which used to be a journal that got published probably from Wardha, if I'm not mistaken. And Gandhi had said a couple of things which did not go down well with some of his adherents. And this person would have told Gandhi that, is this what you meant? And there is this quote which says, there's a difference between Gandhiites and Gandhiism. And I think we need to factor in a lot of notions as I read your paper, which is which really, like I said, it's all, apart from being an a very huge learning by itself, but I'm also kind of riddled with a little worry, which I'd like to. I took some notes, and I'd like to. I don't work in this area, but nevertheless, I think just you'll have to give me a second, please. I took these notes and they seem to have wandered off. I just need this. Maybe I need to have it too. So. Right. So
you
I
found
found
it.
my notes.
I just wanted to say that sometimes the mics can interfere with the right to be heard. So,
Right to be heard.
just
Am I not
right to know?
then the right,
right
to
to
know.
know? Okay,
So,
here we go.
Yeah,
I will not
so
interfere with
if
the right
If
to
you
know.
speak closer
Right.
to the mic.
No, I will.
Bharati, if I may, just do it here. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, is that better? Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
I'm actually, my glasses are giving me trouble, so I just have to. So I'd like to kind of begin on this. I'll come up close to the mic and speak so that it's not difficult for anybody. But I think one of the questions that comes to me through what you were speaking is, one way or the other, we talk about our lives, as you're saying, we talk about these questions. But I think more than anything else, what matters is how do we talk about them? And if you really look at the field of epistemology and how you look at what a philosopher like Merleau-Ponty talks about, where he brings in the idea of the toucher, the touching, and the touched. In terms of epistemology, when we look at the sensibility of what is the theory of knowledge and how does knowledge interconnect, there's this very interesting poem which I'd like to read out, which, in a sense, talks about what could be epistemology, or at least relational epistemology. It says, it starts with, "It's whatever you want it to be," said my father after he dissected my little pony and used her in a sculpture. At bedtime, he read me Kafka's short fiction. "All men are not idiots," my mother advised, "but beware of structuralists. Life will never be a matter of signifiers and signs." She gave up her copy of "Someday My Prince Would Come" with a dedication, "Darling, don't be mixed," by propositional modes of representation. Preparation of rich cherry Genoa was methodological. My father paraphrased Merleau-Ponty. The toucher touched, touching. His hands around the mixing bowl, she sifted sugar. It helped them contextualize the relationship between self and other. Phenomenology at the dinner table was not unusual. My brother queried so-called pepper, so-called ketchup, ingested as if objective fact. The color red is not universal. Mainly my sister slept at any hour. See, said my mother. The claim that all experience might be mediated by language is one all women know to be preposterous. And besides, Wittgenstein is dead. Over dessert, however, she absolved him. On account of a cake and his raisins, it's like Ludwig said. Raisins may be the best part of a cake, but a bag of raisins is not better than a cake. My cake isn't, as it were, thinned out raisins, as you will know from experience. Now, I think this really raises for me a question of how we read into so many parameters of thinking and thought itself, and how for a very long time, if we look at the claims that if we were to link Macaulay, for instance, or writers like Ashok Mehbubani, who says that for a very long time, the West thought of the Eastern mind as ossified. And that really is a kind of an example that probably, you can hear in Russell's, in a sense, his belief that, in his understanding, what is it that knowledge is all about. So I think I'm not a skeptic, but to insist that, and we are in a very contestable terrain of understanding epistemology. If knowledge is possible, is that knowledge itself possible at all? And even if we don't think of ourselves from Piro's standpoint, there is the worry remains that how does this, for example, questions like epistemologically wronged. Firstly, the question of what is epistemology, with which you're working, comes to factor in a big way for me. And right at the word, right at the beginning, where you come out with this assumption where you say that epistemic authority to the epistemics recentering crucially involves the restoration of epistemic authority to the previously colonized. I'm just wondering, is this possible? How do you bring this refrain in? Like, what is it that comes to you when you go through Jennifer Lackey's notion of epistemic reparations? The idea of right to truth, but what is truth? I mean, really grounding this through as a philosopher, what is it that we know? And I think, interestingly, where you bring in the idea of stories or the storied world, and that is perhaps one way to, it's one way to also look at the history of wrongs or histories of victimizing. And is there a subtle difference between being wronged and being victimized, or are the two synonymous? And I think this also pertains to this, in a way, the whole question that comes up through thinking reparations. And if you look at the Japanese context, where reparations were made and reparations have happened, even historically, and the stark difference between the American redressal and the stark difference between the Black reparation movement, so to speak, if they may have parallels, but there are very deep fissures there. And I'm just kind of thinking also of what are the shifts that happen, and is it a shift in thinking that is required? If that is so, then epistemologically, how do we enter these fissures of different domains? Well, largely, I mean, I would kind of keep the comments to later, possibly also speak more about them, but I would like to kind of end off with this these few questions that we could take up at some instance. Thank you.
So the question is, I mean, should Veli respond right away?
I think
What would you prefer?
Maybe she should respond.
Yeah, and then maybe, because we have time, so it's,
Oh, great.
Thank you, Veli, for that very intriguing paper. I found it interesting how you dealt with many of the problems that arise in the notion of reparative justice. What I want to do is to bring to the fore the notion, or rather problematize the notion of knowledge, which is sought to be restored to the center. My dear friend Ashil Mabembe, center of global thinking. And after that, I have a couple of questions, which might seem very prosaic to you, but which I would like an answer to for my own edification. Africa and India have very different contexts. India was a colonized country. Africa was a case of settler colonialism. And therefore, the problems and the resolutions that we have to problems are, one of our philosophers has said that it is the nature of dilemmas that they cannot be solved. They can only be resolved. Matilal. are different. There are certain commonality, and one is, I agree with you that the whole notion that the colonialists carried with them that our philosophy, the notion of philosophy as critique has to be prefixed by the region. So it's either Indian philosophy or African philosophy or whatever philosophy, Latin American philosophy. Philosophy is a Western activity, and our philosophy is different. Now, what Sharat Deshpande and his colleagues in his very interesting book called Philosophy in Colonial India, he's a philosopher who lives in Western India, have pointed out that actually the whole problem of Indian philosophy is that it has been completely transformed by the colonial power. We no longer know what traditional knowledge is. For instance, Hinduism, and I have to make this point, that the kind of philosophy that was privileged by the colonialist and that became public policy of the national freedom struggle was Hindu. It was predominantly Hindu. And not only Hindu, it was metaphysical, it was upper caste, it was spiritual, it was Brahmanical, it was Sanskritized. It became a part of our national discourse, and it continues to be a part of our national discourse when you look at the Sanskritized terms that are being used for perfectly, which can be explained in a more communicative manner. And what the colonialists did was to collapse 6 schools of Indian philosophy into one. Marginalized were critical and materialist schools. Buddhism was marginalized. Jainism, which doesn't have much in common with Hindu philosophy, has been marginalized. And it often strikes me that if we had not become so metaphysical, and we had retained our materialistic philosophies, maybe we would have been more sensitive to the injustices around us. The issue is not that Indians privileged it. The issue is that the German Romantics brought it to the forefront in the 18th century. And the German Romantics brought in the very metaphysical notion of the Vedas and of the Vedanta as the philosophy of India. So the collapse between religion and secularism ended right there. If there was a collapse, if there was any distinction in the first place, nobody seems to know. Now, this was transformed by Hegel, who said that, and I think, Africa has been one subcontinent that has been delivered the most, it's the most unjust comment that Hegel made, that Africa has no philosophy. But India was fared no better in his hands. He said India had philosophy, and he referred to these metaphysical schools. But that philosophy transferred to Greece, and after that it became European philosophy. And because it did not follow the path which he thought philosophy should have followed, and the path in 18th century Germany, which he thought he was the spokesperson of, India had no philosophy. He said it is ripe for conquest. So you see how the notion of philosophy is not only used to deny people of a history, it is also used to justify colonialism. But subsequently, the shades of Hegel hover very, very heavily over not only our academics in the 19th century and the 20th century, because universities were set up, they also hover over our social reformers and religious reformers who became public spokesmen, who outlined the public policy of India. So the nature of knowledge was so constrained. I worry. I know Bharati has referred to Gandhi, and I do know that the work I'm doing, if it ever gets published, I've been laboring over it for a long time, I'm going to be accused of looking at Gandhi through Western lens. I'm not. You see, what I'm asking is commonsensical. Gandhi, who would have laid down his life for a Muslim, how is it that Gandhi adopted a very Sanskritized, upper caste metaphysical philosophy when he talked about India? If you ask about the whole notion of Swaraj or substantive freedom, we don't know what it means. He has several different ways of describing Swaraj. And once when Nehru asked him, Bapu, where is this village that you're talking about? It was utopia. He said, well, it's just in my imagination. I thought it was very sweet of him. So then he said, what is so romantic about a man with a hoe? You said people should live in huts. So in a way, this whole notion of a very, very, of a very austere philosophy that was taken up by our social reformers was, I'm afraid, the result of translations of these works by colonialists and the privileging of this verse a century earlier by German romantics. So in a way, the philosophy that we know now, and we would like to restore, or I like people to think, is not the challenges, the debates, the confrontations, the dissonances, the disagreements that were there within the Vedantic tradition and outside the Vedantic tradition. You had Samkhya sage Kapila, who was within the Vedantic tradition. He challenged the whole notion of rebirth. And you had Gautam Buddha, right? You had the Charvak philosophy, which is completely materialistic, which talked about, you matter, you're going to die, you're going to finish. So don't worry so much about preparing for the next life. Prepare yourself for the difficulties of this life. I mean, we completely ignored them. And with the result, with Vivekananda talking in the 19th century about a metaphysical India, we are a metaphysical country. With the result, we are just so indifferent to poverty. If 80 crores Indians have to be fed free rations by our prime minister, that means 80 crore Indians cannot afford food. Who thinks about these things? So, in a way, the knowledge that we are trying to relocate at the center of our being, or at the center of the global being, as our government would like us to do, is not the knowledge that is Indian knowledge, because where are all the debates that we would like to think of, or where are all the challenges to this knowledge? So in a way, the knowledge, and this is best exemplified, and secondly, it becomes a default culture, this upper caste Brahmanical culture, and that is the problem. And I would just like to talk about, I'm sorry, 3. Sharad Deshpande puts it this way, and so it's a little more complicated that Indian ideas being replaced, or Hindu ideas being replaced by the West. He says the Indian reception of the West not only marks the adoption and assimilation of the European philosophical tradition, comprising various concepts, doctrines, and ways of thinking, but also, and more importantly, the reinterpretation of indigenous concepts and ways of thinking in light of what was assimilated. In fact, we got our methodology from the West. Kalidas Bhattacharya, who was editing a number of papers from the proceedings of the first decade of the Indian Philosophical Congress, this from 1925 to 1934, said in his editorial note that it is unfortunate that though the thinkers whose papers are published in this volume are all Indian, and though for that reason we should have called their philosophy Indian philosophy, we cannot do so because a living tradition of our own philosophy or our philosophical thinking with the old philosophical traditions was snapped by British colonialism. We don't actually, there has been a ruptural moment where our philosophy has become completely something else altogether. It is not only an issue, of, as I said, of philosophers in the academia. There was also a problem of social reformers talking about it. In a way, we have, for example, the example of Krishan Chandra Bhattacharya, who was a philosopher who was at the University of Calcutta, the George VI chair. And he gave a lecture to his students, in Hooghly College. It was either 1929, 1931, nobody seems to know. That paper was found in his papers after he died. And in 1984, a philosophical quarterly, which is a journal of the Indian Philosophical Association, published a whole issue on KCB, as he was known. And what KCB basically said, that we live in a shadow mind. It is not as if Western ideas have replaced our own ideas. It is as if we have not assimilated what we have been reading. with the result that we are living in a world of half-baked ideas, which are half of them are Indian and half of them are Western, and we've adopted very many Western ideas that do not really gel with our own cultures. And for him, ideas and ideals came from culture. So he says that the solution is not to reject the West. The solution is to adopt those ideas which are relevant for us into our own idiom, which seems a very interesting way of reconciling the particular and the universal. I mean, it's not a question that it automatically gels together. You have to have a process of interrogation, of codification, and of interrogating your codification. It is a process rather than an end. Now, in 1984, a series of philosophers in that special issue engaged with KCB's ideas of philosophical thinking, and many of them agreed with him, but there were a couple of authors who appealed to me, and I'll just quote one of them, in the special issue, Professor Dharmender Goyal. He engaged with the nature of knowledge. This background of philosophy, argued Goyal, according to KCB, needs to be culture. Whose culture? That of the Brahmanical, metaphysical, upper caste people? Philosophy should be able to engage with any culture, alien or not, from the vantage point of critique. But that is precisely which KCB doesn't do. He doesn't subject his own culture to critique. He says we should approach our own culture with reverence. Whose ideas, may I ask, asked Goyal, those of the Vedic Brahmanical orthodoxy or of Sanskrit Pandits? Yes, but are these everybody's? If so, how about, pray, those millions of Muslims, tribals, Shudras, and unlettered peasants? Before privileging one's culture as a touchstone against which the relevance of ideas coming from the West should be evaluated, the least we can do is to appreciate the heterogeneity of our own society. Between traditions, we find accommodation and adaptation. So between, for example, the Adivasis, the forest dwellers, and the high Vedantic tradition, there is a process of constant giving, because the entire notion of Shaivism or Shiv, the Lord who sits in the forest, comes from the forest dwellers. It's a much later addition to the Vedanta. Before privileging one's own culture as the touchstone, the least we can do is heterogeneity, but there is no austere paradigm of culture which the savants like Ananda Kumaraswamy and Radhakrishnan has appreciated. In fact, they fell into the Orientalist trap of saying this philosophy. I would like to explore and consolidate my own worldview, he said, not only from Sanskrit classics, but from the rock etchings in central India and Mirzapur. Not only from the temples of Kanchi and Bodh Gaya, but also the paintings and sculptures of Ajanta, Khajuraho, and Konarak, and these are erotic paintings. But also through the modern wonders of Amrita Shergill, M.F. Hussain, Narain Roy, Tansen, or Ravi Shankar, Nandlal Bose, and of course Gandhi. Everyone has a right to define his own tradition, but we should try and explore how much we converge without the reification of only one tradition. For me, all of them are mine. They are my images, I am their image, and their memories have made me into the man I am. So my problem was, I know you talked about a homogeneous African culture and interrogating that issue. But if you look at the formation of the culture of the traditional healers, what colonialism did to them, because, we have a system of indigenous medicines in India, it's not that we don't, and how much they have adapted to the West. For example, if you take up a course in Ayurvedic medicine, or homeopathy for that matter, which came to us from Germany, we have to adopt certain food habits. You cannot live in certain ways. I remember I went to a Coimbatore hospital for 3 weeks, and it was pleasant. We couldn't go out at all. We had to be within the building. The moment I came back to Delhi, everything disappeared because I was living in a different environment. So they go lax on your dietary restrictions. They go lax on the whole way of life. The notion of traditional medicine being holistic has actually been replaced by medicine being very utilitarian, and that is answering. So I don't know whether you find that problem with your own traditional healers. If you looked at their weddings, you'll probably find that they are very much, and it's very interesting. And I mean, who can we call a colonialist? These are native elites who collaborated with the colonialism? Are these the UN and global agencies? Are these dominant superpowers? Are these pharmaceutical companies? Is this the media, which regularly downplays traditional medicine? It's very difficult to talk of the colonizer at a time when everybody is colonizing your mind and your spirit and your essence and your way of thinking through sheer consumerism. You would rather pop, what is it called, a fitness pill than go through exercises and yoga every day. I mean, that is the bare bones. I mean, the way they hegemonize your thinking is truly scary, and it wonders and worry who do we type as a colonizer? Pharmaceutical firms are the largest donors to the political parties in America. The kind of power they have is unimaginable. Now, if they are going to run down traditional medicine, do we take them on? It is a little scary to think of a colonizer being absolutely difficult to pinpoint, but all of them go into this colonialism business, and you might have to probably reflect, if not even take them into consideration. These are some of the considerations that I have been trying to grapple with, and I'll just ask the second question. The first was, who is the colonizer? And the second is, I'm not denying the importance of the paper, in the sense that when the subaltern, and it's very well taken, that should be known, when they speak in global forums, which language do they speak? Right. Do they speak in their own language? If so, you need translators, right? And if civil society activists and NGOs and academics are speaking for them, do they not lose agency? To tell you a very interesting example, I did a project on those Adivasis, dwellers of the forest, who had been removed by the making of a big Narmada dam in western India. Bhils and Bhilalas who were relocated in Gujarat. The Gujarat is a puritanical country, state. It doesn't allow smoking, it doesn't allow drinking. Now those women said, we miss our smoking and drinking. And more interestingly, they said, we miss changing our husbands. I can't tell you how envious I was. I mean, we caste women are taught to pray that you marry the same man in the next 7th birth. I mean, fortunately, God doesn't listen. But I said, this is a wonderful worldview. When they change their husband because they do all the work and the husband is not competent, you're out, in certain unmentioned respects. So in a way, the translation of what they had to say was so difficult in our traditional English. It is Max Weber's language, when you speak to the state. And they're talking about something else altogether, the water, the forest, the freedom to change your husbands. It was a completely, so whose language do they speak? And if you have the language of a mediator, it is the task of the representative, wrote Edmund Burke, to add something to the act of representation. It's never clearly A is A. A is always B or X, for all you know. I mean, these are issues that, much as one admires your paper and your attempt to make them known, that we probably need to grapple with. Maybe we could have a discussion about this whole stuff here, and we can have a discussion about this.
I just have one suggestion. Ash, your chair, and I shouldn't be interfering, but I just thought we have students here, young students, and they too have the rights to be known and thing. But apart from that, if we collectively, because you've had such important questions raised by of interpretation by Bharati, and all the points Neera made, that I thought if we could maybe if the students, or I won't call them students, we are all students, but if you have enviably young colleagues, if you have, what a wonderful phrase. So, enviably young colleagues, if you have any questions, if you would like to introduce yourself and ask questions, and then you can collectively respond. Maybe. Any questions? You have a question. To introduce yourself, right?
Hello, I am Vaishali. I am doing PhD currently from IIT in the philosophy unit. So I have been also working on reparations and elective forgiveness. So my question is that I would like to take this idea of from the right to know to the right to be known and extend it further in the reverse case where truth telling itself is becomes healing in the TRC narrative, and the reparations which are granted by the so-called perpetrators. So the right to know of the victim in the form of truth telling by the perpetrator of what they did somehow transforms to the right to be known of the perpetrator as the remorseful and the apologetic. And then it takes away the power. I don't know to say power or what, but then it takes away from that particular narrative where the victim can again go to the perpetrator and say that, you did us wrong, because they can say but we apologized. So what are you talking about now? Yeah. So I would like to point out that particular notion, what you talked about Bosch reparations in the case of South Africa TRC. So that is how the narrative of forgiveness and truth telling and healing is actually happening. So I would like to hear your comments on that.
Hi, I'm Supratik Chakravarti. I'm currently teaching at St. Stephen's College. So I have worked in epistemology, but not the kind of social side of it. But so I do have a question. I have two questions though. One is when you're talking about epistemic authority and say traditional healers or any other system of traditional knowledge, how do you address the problem of the fact that traditional knowledge is not counted as knowledge at all by the Western world, because it'll just be treated as beliefs? Because they will say that in order for a belief to count as knowledge, you need to have something, the veracity has to be given by science. And often you hear, and I'm not very knowledgeable in this, but you hear that traditional medicine, if you put it to the test, it doesn't pass. Or we could say that the tests are not appropriately conducted, or we could ask about why is there not enough testing that actually happens because there's no funding for it. So the question of how do you make it pass the test of knowledge, and should we put it to the test of modern science, or should we apply a different kind of standard? That's one question. And this also becomes a problem because sometimes I've actually heard people talk about astrology as a system of science. And so then do we want to kind of say that it is a body of knowledge with experts, or do we want to say it is not? So that clash between, the other thing is, I'm actually commenting on Professor Chandhoke's comment about Indian philosophy and African philosophy and different philosophies. And you talked about the rupture that colonialism brought in the Indian philosophical tradition. So I was just wondering that such ruptures have taken place in the Western tradition as well. But I think we all know this. I mean, so what the Western world has done very well is create a nice story about how everything is connected and how they are one civilization and so on, and kind of erase certain parts. So what we call colonialism, a lot of it has taken place within Europe as well, right? So within the countries of France and Spain. So a lot of languages have been erased, a lot of cultures have been assimilated or erased. So in that sense, if we are talking about philosophy and culture and so on, it seems that the question is political. So are we comfortable with creating our own kind of false narrative painted with broad strokes? And in that context, in certain ways, you might think that that's one of the reasons why Hindutva is so popular, is because it is painting that kind of a narrative. Of course, I mean, so we have to be critical of that, but how? And or should we kind of come up with something else? So it's a political idea. So I just want to, that's it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have a question, ma'am. Since you had asked to introduce, so I thought I will introduce myself. My name is Shivam. I'm a political science student. I'm currently preparing for civil services. So yesterday, I'm I sincerely apologize to reach very late. I reached very late today. I had got to know about this program yesterday night itself, and today morning, unfortunately, I couldn't wake up on time. So I will go through this during the lunch break. I think this is there live on IIC's YouTube channel. And in this 10 minutes, what I heard, it was really fabulous. Like ma'am talked about, who's the colonizer today? It is so deep rooted. And even if we follow our culture, it's very difficult to follow it in the arrangements which are made by Western civilization. The example ma'am gave of Ayurveda. We thank you so much. Yes, yes, yes.
Veli. So Susan, who's our student, Bharati's and mine, has wants to ask a question. But I don't know exactly how this is done. Oh, there's Susan.
Hey, I don't know if I'm audible. Am I?
Very audible, Susan.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I just had two related questions. One was about colonialism, and this is something that I'm also trying to figure out in my work on environmental justice. And in your work, when you're talking about it, colonialism seems to have erased or marginalized traditional systems of knowledge. So I wanted to know if you would care to elaborate on that. Um, if there is something else that colonialism does also, or if you could speak a little more about what you mean when you say it erodes traditional systems. And because, especially when we're thinking about environmental justice and we're hoping to find ways, alternatives in the pre-colonial past, and when we try to look for them, we can't really find very pro-environmental positions sometimes. So my second question is, if we are trying to foreground traditional systems or the colonized systems of knowledge, then should we differentiate between the system of knowledge and the agency it grants to the colonized? But at the same time, what about the effect the systems of knowledge have on people? So even in the case of traditional medicines, we know that sometimes people die from them. It's not very effective. So then when we are celebrating these alternative systems, should we distinguish between the agent who was not an agent before and the perpetually experimented upon subject, which is the subaltern subject, who perhaps is even more marginalized? Okay, thanks.
There's plenty here. You want to make remarks? Like 2 minutes. Okay. 2 minutes of remarks from Ranjit Nair.
What I want to say.
You can't be heard, Ranjit, put on your.
What I'd like to say,
Because it's.
is that in India, this is not a huge issue. Because traditionally they believed in plurality, and that goes back a long way. And in fact, the origins of Indian philosophy that lie in the questioning of the orthodox views across a wide spectrum. And people were not killed for their beliefs. Never. I mean, you could go and set up shops somewhere else. The second thing is this commitment to so-called our system and their system and so on seems to be very problematic. In Sanskrit, they say, Papastya Gopayam Iti Bhoya Shayam Jalam Pibanti Kuparisha. That is to say,
Can you translate?
People who drink from a well, if you actually sold brackets, saying it's their fathers, are not good people. And so the point is, I mean, so far as the Indian tradition is concerned, we believe that the West is not an opponent or a child. In fact, I mean, if you take both together, you get depth of vision, like binocular vision. It's possible if you have two eyes. Okay, so we can look through both eyes, and the Indian Renaissance was initiated by people like Narain Roy. Actually supported the introduction of English speaking. And that came from within. It didn't come from outside. And whatever colonialism has done, I mean, the fact is that we have the variety, we have the tolerance, we have everything going for us.
Good for us.
I'm hearing something
yes.
very disparate, like
Yes. So I
someone-
think that we should maybe give Veli time to answer.
I mean, one is working towards a globalized world in which you want people to study, various cultures and so on, and they are not. I mean, as already been stated before. I mean, it's not true that every culture is completely, without flaws. A lot of it can be dangerous.
So I'd like to add a small point to the point that Susan and Ranjit are making, which is that the British had in their penal code a law and injunctions against superstitions. And the Indian rationalists have for a long time, recently, fought this law, and 3 of them were killed, as we know, in India. And I knew them and I respect them, and they were just eliminated by people on bikes quite recently. This is within the last 5 or 10 years. Now, those people who call themselves rationalists were not unsympathetic to the Indian tradition, but the right to eliminate, which has come about as a result of, the sort of feeling that these laws for superstition were good laws in a way they protected the indigenous tradition, is one of great conflict because it has resulted in great violence. So it's hard for us to wrap our heads around the rationalist, the people who defend the colonial laws against superstition. So that's just a footnote. It's not an important point, but I hear it in what Ranjit and Susan and others are saying. And so that's a footnote. Yeah. So I think we have to give you enough time to answer. Nice. So, or respond in whatever way you want.
Thank you. Thank you so much for
No,
all
we
of
can, we
these.
can switch off that mic.
Oh, yes.
No, the other.
This one, and this one.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for my two commentators who did such a careful and thoughtful reading, and to everyone else for your comments. I should say that I'll probably do hopelessly no justice to any of the richness and detail of your comments, simply because they've been going for about 40 minutes now, and I can't possibly take all of this in. And also because when you say, here's a footnote, and here's what you've been hearing, I, of course, being a blind stranger here, was not hearing any of this. So I'm sure that there's a lot of stuff that I'm missing in terms of the nuances and the kind of undertones that are going here. That I'm missing. So with that, with those apologies aside, let me try and do at least some justice to some of the worries, and I'll start with Prof. Puri's comments and whatever I got from them, and then move chronologically. So the first kind of cluster of comments on how to take into account the particular way in which education brutalization and so on happened, and then you made several points out of that, and one of them was about the nuances in various places, and I should be quite careful about this, and I think this went through the other commentary as well, and I'm very much aware of this, and I know that, this kind of like little quick, oh, there's a map. We should be more sensitive to the map, is not going to do it. That said, the project here is, I think in the first instance, I wanted to set the parameters for what's on and what's not on in theorizing this kind of stuff. And I think that from that kind of effort, I think requires just really some more conceptual work, and rather than really working out a detailed picture of how we would go arbitrating these super complicated questions, right? Like practical questions. You might say, well, no one wants this theoretical effort, right? We want to know how, like a far more, to have a much more rich and applicable understanding, practically applicable understanding. There, I can't help you yet. I hope to be in a position to do so one day, but certainly at the moment, I'm just building a kind of theoretical foundation. But then you suggested that the theoretical foundation was a little rotten as well, because when I talk about epistemic wrongs, then what do we, what kind of epistemology, whose epistemology, and so on, and I get the general worry, but I'm not sure exactly whether it's applicable in the context of where in the context in which I'm just putting epistemic as a placeholder for, let's identify a group of wrongs that are not solely moral, right? We know the moral harms and the social harms and the economic harms of colonialism. But now we also want to have a way of talking about this particular bunch of harms, which are obviously very connected with economic, social, and moral harms, but are distinct in their own right. So I think for that purpose, I don't need to worry too much about whose epistemology we're talking about, what kind of epistemology we're talking about, and so on. Now, in those terms, then your question about, well, is it even possible to restore epistemic authority in these, the way I talk about it in these general terms becomes very pertinent, and I'm not sure. I think that the idea would be build the criteria for what would count as a good account of restoration or reparations or whatever you want to call it. then apply this account to particular sites and enrich it further with context-sensitive insights, and then apply. Okay, and whoever takes that last task, all the best to them, right? Because that's going to be the most complicated one, I think. I'm not sure I quite understood the why you wanted me to say what I was talking about, victimization or wrongs. I think that being victimized is one way of being wronged, but maybe we can go into that. So then the next set of comments were, so I must say that I'd written number 5, and then you said, and my second question was, so so I saw kind of like 5 almost distinct questions until then, but let me try and try your first question. Who's colonizer in these days when we're trying to be colonized? Well, everyone's being colonized.
May I just add, it's the problem of intergenerational justice.
Okay, I don't think
There
we're
is an ethical issue that is raised. It is a problem of intergenerational justice. I mean, Oh, no, I
think-
didn't want
can
to
I suggest-
interrupt. I'm
can I
sorry, it's bad
suggest that
manners. But I forgot to say that, that ethical issues have been raised by your argument, and one of them is intergenerational justice. I mean, 1990, South Africa, Mandela was released, 93, you transitioned to majority rule. Now, these are children of white settlers that we are talking about today, or maybe even grandchildren. To what extent will they be responsible for the sins of their ancestors? I'm sorry, I interrupted you, but
Okay, so finally I get an easy question. I'm going to start with that. I think that every beneficiary of colonialism is responsible, right? So you can't say, "Oh, I didn't do anything," when you keep enjoying white privilege in South Africa. So I feel, yeah. So I mean, I have a complex-ish account of this, about collective responsibility, epistemic responsibility between groups where you, just by virtue of being white, and I know it's not about whiteness, but that's the example and that's the question, I inherit certain responsibilities and blameworthiness just in virtue of belonging to a certain group that enjoys certain privileges, even if I'm the nicest person ever. Okay, so that's an easy, that's my answer to that question. But your colonizer question, I didn't understand have anything to do with this. And this was like, okay, how do we define who's colonizer in a world where we continue to be colonized in various ways, one of which is being colonized by consumerism and so on. Okay, perhaps I'll ignore these questions.
yeah.
Okay, then Mishali, this was like really I want to talk with you. Hopefully you're around after lunch and it's during coffee and whatever. So I'd really love to talk more with you. And please correct me if I'm not getting your question and comment right. But I just so the right to be known. So let me rephrase and let me know whether was this the worry that the right to be known. Part of the problem with the TRC was that the right to be known of the victim then became the right to be known as someone who has apologized and done their bit of the perpetrator, right? And I love, this is a far more beautiful way of putting the worry with the TRC, I think, and a far more within that framework. One of the many worries with the TRC and the way it was run. But I really like that. So it's like putting it that way. And I think, and I mean, maybe this is why I want to chat over lunch, because perhaps you see it as a different kind of worry from the one that I was ascribing to the TRC, but I see it as broadly part of the same bunch of worries. So being told, no, yeah, it's a distinctive one, yeah.
No, you are right. Like you interpreted in the right way my question.
Okay. Good.
how the right to know of the victim leads to the right to be
Yeah.
known of the
Yeah.
perpetrator. Yeah, that's right.
And that's okay, but that's actually a distinct. So that's why I'm stopping myself and reversing a bit, because that's a distinct worry from I am making you tell a narrative in a particular kind of way that's congruent with our narrative, the group's narrative. So I think it is. I think you're right that it's So that's a separate problem. So it's not a better way of formulating the original problem, but it's a separate problem because you now also violate it. So the first problem I think happens both at the collective and at the individual level, the one that I was talking about. Whereas this now seems to be in the first instance to be a problem of exonerating individuals and making them have certain properties that they shouldn't have, right? Look, I am the person who apologized. Aren't I grand? Let's talk about me, right? And okay. But I'll need to think about it, how it fits in the whole framework. But let's, that'll be perfect. Yeah, great. And then, sorry, let me go back to your issue. So the who's colonizer and who's colonized. So if that wasn't, because the way you framed it was in contrast to the way we're being colonized by all of us are being colonized by various capitalist endeavors, and I think that in that case, if it wasn't about intergenerational justice, it's also a simple question. It's like, in the first instance, the colonized people are those who suffered from the civilizing mission, and then we take it from there. And then the beneficiaries are the colonizers, and those still marginalized are the colonized, previously colonized. And then you what you call your second question about in which language we should exercise our right to be known, or victims should exercise their right to be known, is actually one that's keeping me awake at night at the moment, because I'm part of the Epistemic Reparation project with Jennifer Lackey, and as part of that, we're organizing an event in Joburg next year, and we want to have various people from various walks of life tell their stories. And well, your question surfaces with a vengeance at that level, because on the one hand, we want it to be an event where people can interrelate these stories, we can interrelate with them, and so on. On the other hand, obviously I can't tell you, oh yes, we will exercise your right to be known, but can you do so in English, please? right? And in fact, I mean, some of the way the thing was conceived, like, almost suggested to begin with, is like, and we're going to have a trauma therapist, and because that's, and it's like, just how many language, South Africa has 11 official languages alone, African official languages, and so how many trauma therapists are we going to have in what languages are we going to be doing this, and so on. So I have no idea what the practical answer to your question is. And it relates obviously in complex ways to conceptual colonization and why it's so important that we get rid of that and so on. But when it comes to, okay, but how do we actually do this? As you say, I need to think about this and make it part of my account. So thank you for formalizing this worry for me. So I'm not just taking it out of my event and putting it into, it's a problem for my account. So thanks again for these comments, and obviously I'm very happy to engage like at a deeper level with them if you send me stuff, and because right now I'm just doing like a little bit of here and there, and that's it. Then the questions then from, sorry, I didn't catch your first name. Soproti. How we address the issue of traditional healer knowledge not counting as knowledge in the first place from the Western perspective is precisely the issue of epistemic authority restoration, right? And I mean, the way you put it is like, how do we make sure that it passes the test? And some people are interested in making sure that it passes the test. But to me, that's like exactly the wrong-headed way of decolonizing. It's like, enough. People have been trying to pass your test for centuries. We will not pass your test anymore. It's like, rather we need to have, and I mean, so when I say some people, like, so for example, Sogolo has this nice paper on how to show that, look, even by Western standards of knowledge, for example, if we're reliabilists versus internalists, and he does it like, really, okay, let's take your idiotic epistemological terms, right? Exactly. Even then, you should accept the traditional healers. And I don't like that way. It's like, why? It's kind of scratching the surface of the whole thing. It's like still letting the standard be set by the wrong person, by the person who's been the colonizer who's been set. So no. So I think that the alternative is to refuse the terms of the debate. And African philosophers for a very long time were arguing about whether African philosophy is philosophy. So this links back to the issue of philosophy being a Western concept and so on. And fortunately, that debate is now over, right? You don't let the terms be set by the West yet again. That raises complicated issues about now what is the authentic, Indian philosophy, what's the authentic African philosophy, and maybe the answer is pluralist, right? So here, all of these things that, I think it's gonna depend to a large extent on the answer to the vexed issue of what is the authentic Indian identity or African identity, and how do we relate it to the pre-colonial, how authentic do we want our Indian or African identity to be, to what extent we take colonization. But anyway, so I think that's going to be a complication, but the alternative way, I think, to dealing with the question is to say, no, you guys are just wrong about what knowledge is and what expertise means. And I've developed an account of expertise that counts. And so one constraint on an account of expertise is that it should count the experts of the marginalized as experts. So if you have an account of expertise that rules those out, or if you have an account of science that rules clearly scientific practices out, then your account of science sucks. Revise, right, and repeat. So I think that's so I think the answer there is to just refuse the terms of the debate. And then Susan's questions, I wasn't sure whether the first question was about the using the language of erosion versus erasure. And I think that the reason why I used erodes is because every time, so one of my PhD students is very strong on talking about epistemicide, and then every time he gives a talk, everyone jumps down and is like, there's no such thing as epistemicide, like you're already buying the, okay, so that's why I didn't want to talk about erasures, but I talked carefully about erosions, so we don't have that conversation. But then you mentioned something about which is probably a variant on like, well, how far do we go back in terms of environmental practices? And in South Africa, at least, and I met some colleagues from Latin America as well, who are working on these issues, and I'm completely not an expert, so I probably even can't spell environmental justice, but they say that indigenous knowledge systems in both continents, and I'm not sure about India at all, but in both Asia and Latin America, the old ones, extremely sophisticated. And so I think that they would have an answer for you on that first question. Again, on the second question, I wasn't quite sure. what it was. So the idea that we should, when we foreground in traditional knowledge systems, we need to distinguish between the oppression or alternatively liberation of agents versus the way in which the subaltern subject has always been the experimental subject. I wasn't sure, like, whether this is just a version of the worry that we still, and Rukmini and I know very well about this, we still very much sites of when we work in like large international projects, we're still very much doing the experimental work. We're running the experiments, but we're not involved in the designing of the research agenda, with, as Rukmini and I very well know, with some disastrous results, which are disastrous both for us, morally speaking, and for science in general, because they just throw up the wrong kinds of results if you don't actually take account the, these sites. If you don't let these sites drive the research agenda. But anyway, so if that was the issue, maybe you can just tell me whether I got this.
I don't know how we get to the online person. Get to Susan.
Okay. So I assume she can hear us. But...
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I just would like to provide clarifications for both the questions quickly. For the first question, what I was thinking was that, the indigenous systems that are foregrounded in some sort of revival is usually, the dominant systems.
Yeah.
Whereas it seems to me that if colonization is as powerful and as destructive, then there are many systems that would be eroded and would be available only in the form of traces or something. So then when we are trying to revive systems, should we be looking at systems or traces or concepts that are scattered? And my second question, what I was thinking was that traditional systems are sometimes, especially if you're talking about allopathy, even allopathy doctors in India are so suspicious of traditional systems of medicine because they can be really harmful. And that if you don't go to an allopathy doctor soon enough, you can die. So I was wondering if we should distinguish between the agents of those traditional systems of knowledge, such as the doctors, and the patients, let's call them patients, or the people who are subject to those systems of knowledge. Because, to take an example from what I'm working on, even if we turn to traditional environmental systems, if animals are killed, even if they are loved in some alternative way, is that really useful? So then should we focus not on these agents of systems, but rather who is using them or who has to use them?
Great. Okay, thank you. So yeah, I think that the answer to the second question is, at least as a philosopher, I need to be focusing on the agents, and I'm making a case that at least as a system, it has to regain its rightful epistemic authority. But then, of course, one wants to be careful about, who the practitioners are and what the exact effects are, and so on. But I just don't have the expertise to adjudicate there. And then on your first question, I think that's probably back to the earlier question that we were discussing of, when we say we're decolonizing, to which exactly, what states of a particular discipline do we go back to, given how enmeshed practitioners and the researchers and so on would be in that system, and so that and how little of the original thing is left. And I think that's a complicated question. But the answer would be, well, it depends how much is left, and I assume you just go to as much as is left, and you try and work with that. Then I guess, yeah, that might go back to the issue of, well, then it's an interesting question of who decides what works well for whom, and especially when you have already like other oppressive systems, and how are we going to work that one out is a vexed issue at best. And then I think that Prof. Nair, I'm not sure whether I love the idea that there was what's the word, so that people tend to over homogenize people, and that this was never part of the traditional self-conception and so on. So I can't really add anything there, but thank you.
I want to say that you don't look at Foucault, talk about knowledge and power.
Yeah.
In fact, Mr. Rossi, when he came here, in the park outside, we were walking, and the Gulf War was about to begin. And Rossi said that the only way you can get rid of a point of view is by killing the project.
Well, okay. On this cheerful note, thank you.
We have a few minutes for lunch to go for lunch. We notified them that we are hungry, and hunger is going to be the subject of my presentation. So I have quite a naive question, because and that question has to do. It struck me that your answer to, I think it was Neera's question about intergenerational conflict, was that I can simply answer this by saying that you can't just say, oh, my ancestors did this, I'm a very good person, and you can't blame me for what has been done before, which is you have to take on some of the responsibility of historic wrong. I wanted to set that in the context of India. In India, of course, we have the caste system, which I'm sure is at the back of all our minds, and there has been systemic oppression, right? But within the country, as a nation state, we have various, reservations, other policies. And I guess your point was that across countries with colonization, we don't have such systems in place to address reparations, right? And so I think the connection between because India is the size of Western Europe. It has many countries, and many pluralisms. So when we are struggling to look at whether, caste oppression is similar in some ways to colonial, maybe it's not, right? So, but across countries, reparations, we have not paid attention to, because we don't have, except for weak statements by the UN and so on, any way to look at how we don't have a hold over other countries. We have only words. And so in some ways, I was wondering whether you could sort of look at this location question. We are here in India, we have our own legal and other problems. And this across country, post-colonial sort of situation where we don't have very strong norms in place or anything in place to say how colonial people should produce reparations, whereas we have worked out within the country what might be. We have tried to work out within the country what might be systems of reparation. Do you think there's any parallel to be drawn which is useful between the sort of nation-state dilemma, we have to right wrongs, and the global dilemma, which is
I'm chary of over homogenizing. So I think that the bigger issues are the same, right? If you have some kind of oppression, very simplistically, there's the oppressor and they owe something. to the oppressed. Justice.
And it's history, it's embedded in historical memory.
And there are many players and stakeholders, as they say.
Please don't.
I thought I'd just give you a bit of joy. And it's super complicated, but the basic issue is the same. Yeah, sure. But then, given that the colonial issues themselves are not the same from side to side, then it's unlikely that once you start thinking about the detail. But I think that the basic moral obligations are the same. Yeah, there's an epistemic wrong. You have to go and fix it. And
so that's the job of the philosophers, because we need them to address the general conceptual problem, not just the governmental problems, right? So in that case, if we say basically the injustice is the same, basically epistemology works in a certain way, and then we say, oh, but no, not really, it's to do with the local. Then how do you, I'm just, the kind of gaps are so.
But what are the gaps? There's the moral issue, right?
There's a moral
X has
issue.
wronged Y.
Yes.
X therefore owes Y certain things.
And
Economic,
Y
social,
for what happened in
justice.
the past as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I said X has wronged Y. Okay, now X gets complicated across generations. How do we define X? Because do we include
Is it
just
the
the
same
original
X?
X, or is it the whoever's enjoying? Of course, then you need accounts of all of these things, but the basic issues are the same.
They are the same, but the answers to them are local. The basic issues are the same, and the answers to them are completely disparate.
Yeah. Well, they're not completely disparate. It's just like what in this context counts as repairing? What in this context count as sufficient apology or sufficient redress? Of course, they're going to be local, but the questions are the same. And here I'm putting I felt like an important question on the table. It needs to be. As a philosopher, in my humble capacity as a philosopher.
Okay, so we leave it at that. Continue to talk. Any other questions? Yeah, you have it.
If you would allow, that was a wonderful linkage you made between Indian caste system and the Western reparation. And I think maybe.
So we can't. You tell us your name. I've forgotten.
Shivam.
Shivam.
Yes.
And just speak closer to the mic.
Okay. Ma'am, I think that reparation part, a bit of that we can change in the climate narrative. How Global South is telling Global North that your past was responsible for the present today, and how it is demanding that $100 billion fund. You talked of reparations, no, ma'am? Like in India, we are providing reservations.
Yeah, and so on. And
and the other things for the wrongs done by our ancestors. The same thing you said that is not much seen in the Western narrative. But I was talking that, ma'am, a bit of that we can see today in the climate narrative. How the Global South is demanding that $100 billion fund from the Global North, and it was telling them that okay, we are developing now, but you have been exploiting this climate from the very past. So that reparation can be seen in this area, I think.
So maybe with the difference that like we're talking about wronging, with the difference that we're talking about wronging. So the Global North has done two things, right? Ruined our environment and wronged particular Global South people, right? Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, we have a happy announcement, which I will give to your chair to read.
Just one little thing to the young man. Caste is not only something we ancestors did, it's a part of your social fabric.
Yes, it's very
structural.
Yeah.
So it is difference between one-time ripping off a society and structural injustice.
Thank you very much. I think before you go for lunch, let me formally thank the main speaker, Dr. Veli, and the discussion, but equally all those who had very interesting queries and all that. You see, in some seminars, what happens that you seem to agree with the speaker so much that there are no questions. But this was very successful because we still have many more questions. And I'm not sure our answers are still convincing or complete, which is the best thing to happen. I just wanted to make small issue about healing and all that. This healing has very many new dimensions. I think there is one Chilean novelist, Isabel Allende. She says, when I want to heal, I write. Now it is taking it to a different direction.
When I want to
Heal, I write. I write. So I think that kind of similarly, I mean, truth has many shades of gray and all that. There was a meeting in Ecuador among the indigenous where one of the speakers came distributing coca leaves. And she was basically trying to say that, look, coca leaves can be medicinal. So I think there are various ways to look at things and all that. So excellent session. And I think I'm sure that the session that follows will be equally illuminating. So we deserve our good lunch, and hopefully we will have many more participants who will join us. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Can I be seen or heard? Rukmini? Hello, good afternoon. Can I be heard?
Peter, can you hear now?
Now I can hear you, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay, okay.
Neera's in the chair and Veli's coming in a second. So we're just waiting for her.
Hi, Neera.
This is basically on the British Academy's project on just transitions, implications for decolonization and justice transitions. I'm Neera Chandhoke, and we have Peter deSouza, former director of the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Simla. He's going to talk to us on the genealogy of the concept of just transitions. Peter, you have half an hour, a little more if you'd like it. So, has Veli come? Yes.
So should I start?
So if you could start, I'll put off my mic, okay?
Okay. Can you see the screen? Can the PowerPoint be seen? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, it can
Yes,
be
okay.
seen.
Okay. So first of all, good afternoon, and thank you, Rukmini, for organizing the second half of our one-day workshop. Even though this was unplanned, I think there's a strong connection between what was discussed in the morning session and what we're going to discuss now. And let me try and sort of suggest a zone of continuity. In the morning, we spent a lot of time discussing decolonization, and particularly epistemic decolonization. And we struggled with ways, first of all, the ways in which it has sort of begun to erase or erode our thinking, and how do we then try and overcome that erasure. I want to suggest that new forms of colonization are emerging, conceptual, epistemic. And we need to be very vigilant about this, because while we may be more within our comfort zone, when we look at the past and we look at the ways in which Macaulay's education system, pervaded the country, or when we look at Macaulay's laws and how they were enforced across the British colonized world, we are not so alert about concepts that keep emerging, also from the same epistemic power centers, and which we adopt, which we accept as concepts which have great emancipatory potential. Now, I don't want to suggest that just transitions is one such concept, but I want to place it before you as maybe containing that possibility. When we started working on this, it seemed like a great idea. And as we went deeper into the concept, certain angularities began to emerge. And that's what I'd like to present to you today. Now, the idea of just transitions, actually, as Neera just said, came to us through a call for papers at the British Academy. And the idea of just transitions is actually strongly connected with the concept of time. Time has very much emerged in Western humanities and social science discourse as a key idea. One has to look at the notion of time, and and through that framework of time, begin to conceptualize other processes of change or institutions or whatever. So time is, to those of us who moved from India to other epistemic locations, are confronted with having the need to theorize time in a big way. Time as rhythm, time as it's disharmonies, etc., etc. So this project really is under the rubric of the British Academy, which links time with just transitions. And when we started, we thought we knew what just transitions was. There was a kind of intuitive affinity with the concept. As we probed deeper, that affinity began to seem a little hurried. So what I'm going to try and do today is basically look at the genealogy of the concept and where it stands today. So I'll take you through, it's a very short presentation. I'll take you through the concept as it emerged and where it stands today. Now, there are five aspects of the concept that I would like to talk about, and the first that I would like to present to the group is that it's a capacious idea, and that's important, because if it's a capacious idea, it has the capacity to hold many interpretations, many interest groups, many conceptual frames can find some kind of a home in the idea. And when we begin to look at articulations of the idea across the epistemic spectrum, you find a range of interests and a range of epistemic communities talking about just transitions. Now, the origins of just transitions actually was in the 1970s with the labor movement in the United States. And today it is moved out of the labor movement, and it is looking at losers and winners in a possible green future. I'll take you through that. I want to also suggest that it's an idea that doesn't have a fixed definition, and that's what it makes it capacious and makes it contested. It's an idea that is continuously evolving, and therefore, as new assertions emerge, they can also be accommodated within the idea of just transitions. And then, of course, this came up in the morning session, the politics of the idea. And in that politics, is it really just epistemic or is it political? So I'll take you through that. And let me go to the first. The idea, as I said, emerged in the labor movement in the 1970s because the labor movement was, accepted that it must, in a sense, succumb to the increasing environmental movement, which was urging Western economies, particularly Western economies, to, in India we had still not engaged with this debate. We were concerned about environment, but we were still into development and employment and those sort of things. The debate in the Western world, or the northern, the global north, was to decarbonize economies, to move economies from brown economies to green economies, and in that process, put in place certain policies and certain institutions and certain fiscal incentives, so that these economies would be sustainable and would be regenerative. Now, while its origins were in the 70s, and there were two aspects to just transitions that we must keep in mind. One, its origins in the labor movement, and second, it's being linked to the decarbonization of economies. Okay, and this was an idea that was picked up very strongly by the International Labour Organization, who not only sort of bought into the idea, but connected it up with the Secretary General's SDGs. So linked it to the earlier SDG 1, no poverty. Now these are universal aspirations which were generally agreed by the United Nations. Clean energy, SDG 7, decent work, SDG 8, climate action, SDG 13. So ILO took the idea from the labor movement, made it an international idea, and connected it to the United Nations Secretary General's SDGs. Another organization that picked it up after ILO was the OECD. Now, this is important because OECD, as you know, is a grouping of very powerful economies, the most powerful economies in the world, Western economies plus Japan and Korea. And they saw the idea of just transitions as being able to solve three concerns of the contemporary world: climate change, growing inequality, and increasing social disharmony. So OECD buys into the idea. Not only does OECD buy into the idea, in 2015, Macron and his initiative to sort of put France and himself, on the historical knowledge map in the Paris Agreement, gets this put into the agreement itself. So the idea that we must take the imperatives of a just transition of the workforce and the creation of decent work, etc., etc. So you have an international labor organization, you have an international economic organization, you have a government, and you also have international think tanks like the Stockholm Environmental Institute that also raises the question. Now, in all this literature, you find three sets of imperatives emerging: a moral imperative, and the moral imperative is very attractive: leave no one behind. We have a responsibility towards other species of the planet. You have a political imperative, and the political imperative is again very attractive, that we must build into our public thinking the idea for just transitions, because if we do that, we will be able to get the losers to buy into the idea. by talking to the losers of this transition, we will, in a sense, diminish the possibility of resistance.
Peter, if I may interrupt,
Yeah.
would you either give us a slideshow or a
It's
full
not showing.
screen?
I thought the slide.
I mean, you have two options. One, to give us a slideshow, and the other, put it onto full screen mode. As it is, you're just in one corner of the screen. So,
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, much better.
yeah, much better. Thanks.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, it happened.
So political imperatives, and the third is an ecological imperative. Of course, that has now become the kind of credo of our age. When we begin to again see the intellectual map of the idea, I've sort of trawled through the literature, and I find at least 4 epistemic communities that have bought in. One is these multilaterals: OECD, United Nations, Asian Development Bank, ILO, etc. Then think tanks on the left of the spectrum and the right of the spectrum, like the Stockholm Environmental Institute and the Transnational Institute on the left of the spectrum. Surprisingly, even the big global consultancy, like the Boston Consulting Group, also has prepared policy briefs on the idea of a just transition. It's very systematically prepared, very persuasive, and very schematic. There are civil society organizations so you have multilaterals, you have think tanks, you have consultancies, you have civil society organizations like the Institute for Human Rights and Business. And then you have the academy. So 5 different epistemic communities are now articulating positions on what is a just transition. And if you trawl through them, as I have tried to do, you find broadly, except for the academic group, you find broadly 4 sets of responses. And these responses are largely within the policy domain. And within the policy domain, they provide practical responses. So you have a fiscal response, that there must be budgetary allocations to assist the transitions from brown to green. Not only should there be the fiscal responses, the second is the technical responses. You must have a whole series of technical solutions like carbon capture or geoengineering, or like you find increasingly in Norway, you draw carbon from the atmosphere and you pump it deep into the oceans. So there's technical responses, and there's a lot of technical work going on. I mean, MIT is continuously, in fact, they have a whole series of bulletins of their technology journal talking about innovative technical solutions to the question of climate change. Then you have policy positions, that what kind of institution should we create to enable the transition, so that it is a just transition, so that those who were in the brown economy, when we move to a green economy, will not be adversely affected. And therefore, the fourth point, training. We must create training institutions for particularly for labor in the brown economy who may lose, so that they can enter the green economy without their livelihoods threatened. Now, this is where I think our global South epistemology can enter. While most of the global North has responded to just transitions in terms of these 4 policy frameworks, most of them in their policy responses don't want to change the fundamental structures of society. They want to deal with the problem of climate change as vibrant capitalism. In other words, they could even be accused of creating a more vibrant capitalism. So company balance sheets will be looked at. There will be green financing. There will be there will be sort of some degree of policing in the stock markets. Those who have green credentials will find it easy to raise money, etc. So there is the whole set of policy responses, but without a change of the fundamental structure. Now, the Transnational Institute says, no, this is not good enough. This is what you're going to just create is a more a more dynamic capitalism, and which is going to definitely benefit the global north. What we need is a different kind of society. We need one which is socially inclusive. Where decarbonization is not just creating a better global capitalist order for you, but a better world for all sections of the planet. And you find this argument emerging largely in the academic literature, who ask for a whole system perspective, who raise questions of justice, broken up in terms of recognition, distribution, procedural, restorative, I'll come to that, and who, again, look at issues in terms of climate justice or environmental justice, etc. In other words, the introduction of the idea of just transitions, which I don't know if it has still come to India, but will come to India because it's driven by the same knowledge asymmetries of global north and global south. So we will, when this idea gains a certain traction, as it has already gained in the global north, it will definitely become a talking concept in the global south, especially when we talk of changing our economy from brown to green, from extractive to regenerative. And but once we recognize that there may be a politics to this, I think we can in a sense respond to this arrival by accepting that a just transition doesn't give us a predefined future. Like in an earlier age, modernity gave us a predefined future. Modernity looked like what America looks like today. And we challenged that. We talked in terms of alternative modern. So just transitions doesn't give us a predefined future, but it's a continuously evolving process. And in this process, we look at processes that produce vulnerabilities, that make vulnerabilities pervasive, and these must be contested. So now you can see an argument. The academic argument has shifted it only from labor to other groups to other vulnerable groups. So women, marginal communities, in India, what we would call Adivasis, indigenous communities, etc. Suddenly, they begin to acquire a voice in the debate, which was not there in the earlier framing that I pointed out to you. And there's a critique which is also emerging that these earlier solutions were basically technical, political, but were devoid of understanding social power and distribution. In other words, did not look at a whole system perspective. And therefore, academics say, look, if we really want to talk of just transitions, we must look at strong governmental support, we must look at diverse coalitions, we must look at just transitions as they connect up with social movements and community actors. And now the concept is available for expansion. It talks in terms of we must connect it with more specific discussions that are taking place, that are underway in the justice literature. So whereas in India we largely talk of social justice, here there's an attempt to link up social justice with environmental justice, with climate justice, with energy justice. Now, energy justice, for example, in terms of the climate change debate, would be that vulnerable communities in India, don't have access to a minimum energy use. So maybe we must first focus on giving them minimum energy use, even if it has a negative impact on climate change. So you see, whereas in the global north, this will not be an issue at all. In the global north, it will be how should we change the light bulbs in our house from fluorescent to some energy saving device. So there the debate will be technical, right? There the debate will be how, what kind of technology should we introduce. So there's a whole debate in Europe at the moment about heat pumps, which will reduce energy consumption and make many of their societies sustainable through the winter. Heat pumps is not a debate in the global south. For us, it is everyone should get electricity, even if this has a negative impact on climate. So So the debate begins to get much more diverse and much more fractured. Not only that, we link the moment, if we do take it seriously and link it to movements, then it gets linked to occupational health and safety movements, land right movements, feminist and women's movements, decolonization struggles, etc. Now, the concept of just transitions from its original location and home in the global north, in the epistemic global north, begins to become available for inhabitation by movements in the global south as well. And a whole system perspective begins to emerge. We need to talk in terms of a transformation, not just a technical transformation keeping capitalism intact, but a transformation of capitalism itself. So we begin to introduce new notions of justice. I mean, not new notions, but aspects of the larger conception of justice. And that's why I said, when we started the discussion, there was an intuitive understanding of just transitions. But as we began to probe, we began to find new aspects that needed us to think through the conception of justice, recognition. That means, who are the groups that are affected? And here the intergenerational point which came up in the morning comes up. Who are the groups that are, I mean, are we going to lock ourselves into certain transitions to the detriment of groups not yet born, to the detriment of communities that have not had a say? So how are the distributive justice? How are the social costs and benefits to be shared? Are the processes that we've used in guiding the transition, in allocating resources, for example, equitable? I mean, is it only a north? I mean, is the bulk of the funding from the World Bank and the IMF going to countries that have access to capital? I mean, why is South Africa in such a huge crisis? Why is Pakistan in such a huge crisis? Why is IMF so reluctant to give money to Pakistan, which is facing huge environmental crisis? I mean, floods, and it's never really recovered from the devastating flood of 2 years ago. So these questions of justice and reading the idea of justice in just transitions differently, more expansively, more politically, have now entered the discussion. And this is my final slide. Therefore, the question is, does the idea, we must ask, I mean, whereas the idea emerged in the labor movement, are we prepared to take the idea beyond the labor movement to vulnerable groups? And if we do that, what happens to the idea? Is it the same idea? When we take it to vulnerable groups, I mean, does it replace, does the idea of just transitions replace our notions of justice? I mean, are we just using a fancy new word? Whereas all that work could have been done just by the notions of justice, the notions that we are used, social justice. So these are questions we need to ask. If we, for example, look at the debate in the global north, there's an implicit universality that all their formulations, those 4 policy frameworks, fiscal, technical, are policies that have an implicit universality. They assume that once they have thought through them, and the World Bank has bought into it, and the OECD has bought into it, and the ADB has bought into it, which they have, then these are valid for the whole world. And countries of the global south have to just implement them, which means there will be costs in the global south. But see, these are scientific, these are objective, and these are policies that have emerged through a buy-in from different epistemic communities, which is what we'll be told. So my question is there a global north, global south versus global south dimension which is missing in the debate? And I think that it is. For example, workers in the global north would not have automatic solidarity with workers in the global south. Recently, there was a debate about British government funding in Port Talbot. Whereas when Tata Steel was going to move its steel plant from energy intensive, high carbon manufacture process to a green hydrogen based manufacturing process. But in that process, thousands of jobs would be lost. So you have a green transition, jobs would be lost, and they would move to other parts of the world. There was resistance. And finally, of course, the idea that the concept becomes available to political movements, particularly civil society organizations, to critique companies and government. When Boston Consulting Group buys into this, you have to be a little alert. And it has bought into this. I mean, Boston is not the only global company. When international financial institutions like the World Bank and the ADB have bought to it, then we have, they're not doing it because they're altruistic. They want to save the planet. They're not doing this because they think that climate change is a peril to them as well. They're doing this because this makes good financial policy. Because now there are questions of what I call, there are reputational costs involved, and because of reputational costs, they have talked in terms of green budgeting and green financing and green annual reports, etc., which you're beginning to see in company reports. But it's a basis for civil society organizations like Oxfam or Greenpeace to critique the nature of global capitalism. And that's what makes it an exciting concept that is available to us to inhabit. And that's why I call it not just a capacious concept, but an essentially contested concept. So this is sort of the early stages of our research to get an idea of what is the idea for just transitions. Where does it sit in the global literature, and the subsequent work, Rukmini's work, and my subsequent work will be on specific case studies of transition. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. This was truly, we learned so much. I think all of us learned so much from this presentation, and it's a truly ambitious project. And all best. I hope you get it successfully completed, and we can discuss it in another conference in India. I just wanted to, make one small point before we move on to Rukmini. And Peter, you're staying with us for the question-answer session. I'm involved with a group of women scholars who have issued a manifesto called Democratizing Work, Decommodifying Labor, and Reinvigorating the Environment. It was published by 33 newspapers on 13th May 2020 in the middle of the pandemic. So we've kept the project going, and what bothers me is that those European and American women scholars who are talking about, for example, setting up a management group for the labor in akin with the way the management groups or the board of trustees are put up for corporate sections, they have very little to say. Neither do the trade union leaders who've been on online conferences with us have to say about the transference of work to the global south, which is very low paying and high risk. They're just not bothered about these rights of these workers. So that gap between the global north and the global south, in seeing that the vulnerable do not suffer during just transitions, they just don't extend it to the global south. And this is something probably that scholars in the global south should be working on, that they have a certain responsibility because they've farmed out a lot of work. Can you imagine who will be responsible for all these changes, protections that you have suggested when you have migrant labor who is not unionized and the government doesn't even allow them voting rights? But we'll save the rest for question answer session. May I now request Rukmini to make a presentation? It's on hunger, sensations, and justice perceptions.
Thank you, Neera, and thank you, Peter, particularly because you laid out the broad conceptual framework of just transitions, and this leaves me free to talk about my particular tiny area of this large project which involves 20 people working across 6 continents. And so it's very important that you talked about the genealogy of the concept. I'd also want to say that, many of the themes which came up in your presentation about vulnerability, which came up in the morning, to do with poverty and storytelling and language, all of them are going to be reiterated themes in my small corner of the presentation. And I approach this as a linguist and a literary theorist rather than as a political scientist with knowledge of labor movements and so on and the sort. And to just give you an illustration of the very limited way in which a linguist can approach a large problem is that when I was setting out this program, the program that we have here, I noticed that there was a typo in your title. The typo I noticed was that it was just transition rather than just transitions. And to me, just transition then became an imperative. Just transition, don't talk so much about it, just transition. And so that was an imperative and not a descriptor. It was not about labor movements or anything. It was about the need to transition, which in the form of a linguistic imperative. So sometimes when you just look at plural endings or details of language, what comes out is, in fact, maybe a whole cognitive frame, a way of thinking. So I will begin with very small particulars and move on to the question of why this very small basic sensation of hunger may in fact be linked to very large questions of cognition. Sorry, yeah, if you started. And while you're starting it, let me apologize to everybody. I am the world's worst slide maker. I have not mastered the fact that a PowerPoint presentation is not really a transparent piece of paper that is my thoughts, which you are reading alongside me. So I have my whole paper up there, and but I would ask you to listen to me, because a slide will be there. So don't try to read, because I have this very, very tiny print and on very, very blurred backgrounds. So it's almost impossible for you to follow along with me. However, if we have, so now I have to do another new thing, which is move forward. Okay, so I started thinking about the problem of hunger during COVID and the migrant crisis. And I began to think about this. I had been thinking about this problem in a linguistic vein. That is to say, I was interested in the problem of why it is that a sensation like hunger has become invisibilized in Western literature on sensation. And you had a very, very detailed research on hearing, on vision, on touch, on smell, but nothing at all on hunger. And I was interested in this because hunger is a sensation. And yet it was a sensation which was apparently completely ignored in Western research, at least over the past century. And I was secondarily interested in the problem, which I will come to, which is the problem of why it is so difficult to put sensations like seeing red, qualia sensations, or feeling hunger into words. without metaphor. It is almost impossible, as you will see from our experimental data. Anyway, I started working on this because I noticed that everybody was suddenly in the Western world after Ukraine talking about hunger. They suddenly woke up to the problem that the breadbasket of Europe, which was, Ukraine and Russia, had been assaulted. And so they talked, and this is all data from the New York Times and Washington Post and so on. And they said they noticed certain phenomenon which we in India are, familiar with, such as grain hoarding, then rise in food prices, supply chain disruptions, and Russia and Ukraine's key positioning as global food suppliers. And they predicted, as bad as it is, the situation is poised to get worse. So now we have another war in another part of the world, and we notice that the situation is indeed worse. So now this is a challenge, but I'm going to try. So I wanted to begin with simple definitions of hunger because they have not been actually studied for a long time, except by the UN and international bodies like that, but not by cognitive scientists or philosophers. So food insecurity, you go for entire days without eating, there's bodily distress, hunger is distress, undernutrition and malnutrition are key facets of hunger. So you may not feel hunger because you are eating, if you just eat rice and water, you may not feel hungry, but you have malnutrition. And stunting is a very important problem in our country. So I began to look at these kinds of definitions, which were socioeconomic definitions. And then I looked at the hunger map of the world, the GHI, and it shows India, like many countries in Africa, has a problem with nutrition. And the only other country, and the Western world, you see, is not there on this map because it's well fed. It doesn't suffer from the problems of hunger. So the country that I could find, which was not Africa and not India, is this small Latin American country at the top. And that is Venezuela. So Venezuela is a country which has, because of Hugo Chavez and all its politics, has had a lot of attention. And they brought attention to the fact that they had widespread stunting in the country, and this affected cognitive growth. So this is obvious, but I thought I'd mention it. And they, in the 1980s in Venezuela and elsewhere, the focus of hunger research became children's access to food. So you had things like the chip, which I've been following. So, but I noticed that when I looked at the hunger items in the CHIP questionnaire, it didn't address my question, which is how do you describe hunger in words? Because it was a quantitative survey. How many meals have you had in the past 30 years, 30 days? How many times have your children gone hungry and so on, and addressed to the parents. So it was very much a quantitative survey. So if you look at hunger now, not socioeconomically, but physiologically, what you find is that it's clear that hunger and satiety are sensations, and hunger is an unpleasant sensation and involves the desire to eat. And then you have all this technical literature on blood sugar levels. And I've mentioned the kind of keywords that keep coming up in the literature, such as hunger pangs, stomach contraction, and pain. And the special target audience has always been children and young adults. So we could surmise, we can make some inferences. We know that hunger is universal. We all have a body clock, but somehow this body clock has not been looked at recently. And Peter mentioned that time, the body clock, is an important dimension of the Just Transitions project, but this particular body clock, the hunger body clock, has not been looked at. It's universal. It is a sensation. It's an unpleasant sensation. It causes distress, can lead to malnutrition, and is found in certain well-defined areas of the world, namely Africa, South Asia, and partly countries like Venezuela. But we still don't know from any of these surveys what hunger feels like to an individual, and how do we describe the sensation of hunger. And I was puzzled by this because as a linguist, why can you spend tomes on love but not be able to describe hunger at all? Okay, so I'll now give you some experimental evidence. But I looked at a basic question which came out of my reading a novel by Northampton called Hunger. And it was written in 1900, which is about the time Freud's interpretation of dreams came out. And he invents, the central character invents a word. That word is kuboa. So there's a perfectly decent word for hunger, sult, in Norwegian. So why is he inventing a new word? That was my question, and it was a very basic question. And why is there a whole novel devoted to this subject where you use a strange word for hunger? So I'm just going to divide this paper up into this talk into 3 broad areas. The first part looks at language, which I try to study. The second part looks at culture, which is the hunger as a political and moral tool, and the third part looks at, experimental data on hunger. So these are some of the texts that I've looked at, but I'm only going to look at Hamsun's hunger in this presentation. Now, Norway today is high on all these hunger indices, democracy index, developmental index, public integrity index, etc. But India now there's a lot of contention about this. India is very low on the hunger index. Our government doesn't necessarily accept this, but, this is what the global people who decide these things talk about. So why should I want to compare some novel written at the beginning of the 20th century on hunger with the Indian situation? These are not, Norway has a population of 5.5 million. India has a population of 1 billion. How am I comparing the incommensurables in order to talk about this? But when you read hunger, you notice that the literary people are producing a description of hunger which is actually moving, which is not quantitative, which is putting hunger into the world. And he says hunger breaks the back of rational thought. It destroys the body in a manner that the soul cannot tolerate. So that is his description. I'm kind of extrapolating, but roughly this is what he says. So look at I'm just going to read a tiny bit from Hamsun's thing. He says, the pains of hunger were unbearable and never let me alone. I swallowed spit over and over to take the edge off, and I felt it did some good. And then he talks about a famine which is not a famine of the mind, of the body alone. It is a famine of the mind. It's a famine produced by the conditions of poverty or vulnerability. So he says, how is it that nothing ever turned up for me? Didn't I have the same rights as Pasha, the rare bookseller, for example, or Hampshire? What is it different about me, my body, that makes it different, hunger, a different sensation for me? Everybody feels hunger, everybody in this room. But some people feel it as a continuous condition of mind and body. So that's the point that he is making. And so my questions, which were linguistic questions, is why is hunger so hard to describe, that it is left to writers, as if we ordinary people just don't have the language to describe it? And what kind of theory explains this fact best? Now, there are many varieties of theory, which I'm going to mention, but skip and go to my theory. Qualia, there's qualia theory, which philosophers will be familiar with, and we can come back to, which is raw feels. What we feel immediately without thinking. So without thinking, I can see that the color of that screen is white. Without thinking, we hear each other's voices. We don't need any. This is raw feels, sense perceptions. And qualia theory, which I can come back to, explains this. Then there is the notion of the body, embodiment. So hunger has not been noticed in the Western tradition, partly historically, and partly because it resides in what is called the recessive body. It's inside, and you can't actually access it. And people say they don't want to access it because, as Lewis Thomas wrote, if I were informed tomorrow that I was in direct communication with my liver, I'd become deeply depressed. So I don't really want to talk to my body. I want to really understand the sensation at this literary level, because the body is taking care of the rest of it. The problem is that the body breaks down. So who's in charge? The whole body, language, etc., is in charge. There's a hunger is embodied co-creation, a gestalt. So then there's metaphor theory. I'll put a poem up there. I'm not going to discuss it, but it's much discussed in the literature. And pragmatic theory, which is the area that I work on, which involves interaction, communication, gaze, and whether we are telling the truth, and what is the importance of context, what are our intentions, and so on. And it involves the last thing, pragmatic units, such as narratives and so on, apart from basic speech acts. So I'm just going to be talking about narrative. So what this theory basically says is that we have images of the world, we have qualia sensations, but underlying this, putting it into a structure, is language, and language displays itself in the form of universal genres like narrative, which is a discourse genre. You find it in every culture. Poetry, universal discourse genre. Metaphor, you find it in every culture. So language must have placed those resources at our disposal, because it helped us to understand the inarticulate parts of our being. So, then I'm going to skip this size, but only draw attention to Daniel Dennett's quote that human beings are wired to tell stories. That is, to connect language into larger units, and they do so as naturally as, he says, birds build nests and beavers build dams. So we tell stories, and we produce language. So now we come to three very quick questions. Why do we need stories at all? Why do we need the same stories over and over? And why do we always need more stories? So Hillis Miller answers the first two questions. Why do we need stories? Because we need to, stories appeal to our innate sense of order and police our culture. Why do we need the same stories? Because they reinforce the norms of our culture. But it is the third query, that why do we need more stories? We already have lots of stories. Why do we need more stories? So my answer to this question is a cognitive one, which is that and it's a hunger question. The question is that even supposing you ate the greatest meal of your life, let's say in IIC or somewhere, you would still feel hungry a day from then. You have to keep feeding your hunger. And you have to keep feeding your hunger for stories. This hunger is not assuaged by having a storytelling festival for 7 days. This hunger lasts with you a lifetime. So my hypothesis is because you need stories for what Hillis Miller calls essential incompleteness, our essential incompleteness, which we could describe as a vulnerability or something like that. So stories are food for the epistemic hunger of our species. And I have a technical, very technical definition of stories, which I'm not going to burden you with, but I have it and we could discuss it afterwards. So stories also provide, how we have this kind of, the moral at the end of a story. And that moral at the end of a story is very important because it is telling us this is the value of the story. This is the nutritional value. You will not get malnutritioned if you read stories because, you're getting this kind of wisdom or whatever it is out of it. So another reason is that we are talking now, right? I'm talking rather, and everybody else is patiently tolerating me. But what I want to say is that structurally, we are built to talk. You can look at Twitter, you can look at all the social media today, and you will see that people want to talk. And that's because talk, which I study, is open-ended. A, B, A, B, A, B, this is an infinite sequence, just as A, B, C, D, loop, A, F, G, H, S, A is a narrative structure. It's a loop structure. We have to fit these two together because we tell stories all the time, even if they're the most trivial stories. So now I just want to very briefly talk about hunger as a cultural tool. So the cultural tool is, and we have to be very aware of the way in which people have used hunger as self-abnegation. So we have, of course, the case of the Buddha. This is not my text, but you can see, we know this story, so I'm not going to explain it, of Buddha starving for enlightenment. So he's cooling his body. And so we are told by a story, by a cultural story. The other is this notion of asceticism, which Neera was criticizing as one of the projections of our culture. And here he is using it as a kind of emotional weapon. And he's had very bad liver disease, as liver ailments as a result. So this is Gandhi's image. I'll just give you two more. Gurudas Agarwal, who many of you will know, he died quite recently, and he starved himself to death for an altruistic reason, which was cleanliness in the Ganges. So these are three men, and they are using hunger politically and socially. But this does not mean that this sort of the epistemology of these treatments of your body, voluntary treatments of your body, have to be accepted without question. The fourth one is Puri, whom I've got from P. Sainath's website, and she does not make a point of it. She just eats whatever she gets. She's not making a political statement. That is her condition. She's a woman. She's not taught. Okay. Then we have the metaphor of hunger used by very well-fed people. So this is a book by Rashmi Bajaj, and she interviews all these entrepreneurs. And that title, some of you may recognize it, is from Steve Jobs. Okay, Stay Hungry, Stay Foolish. She takes Steve Jobs' stuff and she talks about many, many types of hunger, which the well-fed feel, the aspirational society feels. Again, we can come back to these slides. And finally, I come to how do ordinary people describe hunger? Not the literary people, not the entrepreneurs, not the ones who frame policy, but just my students. Because we have young adults in this room. They are generally known to be the most hungry cohort across humanity. Okay, so they feel both epistemic hunger and real hunger. So we said use very simple language minus metaphor, any kind of literary, and try to describe the sensation of hunger. You can use Hindi or English. I'm just going to show you glimpses of sheets of data. Second, using a more literary imaginative vocabulary, you try to describe the feeling, comment on your descriptions, and invent a new word for hunger, which is the lesson I got from Kuboa Hansen, and answer a qualitative questionnaire. So these are my students, the IITians, they are true, unusually nerdish and unusually smart people. Bharati will know them. So we can come back to, these are their self-descriptions, right? The who am I question. Now, if we look at the demographic, we looked at language and we looked at gender composition, and you can see most of the students are male in this, and the languages are evenly divided. So, this is so let's look at a description which is readable. So he says hunger is uncomfortable. This is without metaphor. Hunger and malnutrition make the body weak and so on. And then he writes in the metaphoric description, I am hungry. I want to eat lobster, mutton, and drink wine. I want to meet a lobster that is juicy and something. I want to sink my teeth into this. So you see the food is there, an object of desire. And he's really getting into the description of hunger with metaphor, as he isn't, and with the ordinary language, which seems to and all of them are similar, and they all prefer the metaphoric description. They feel it frees the mind. I'm going to skip all of these and just look at the Hindi data, one of them. So let's select the most. So, so they have words like Samavedana, fire, arg, and various sorts of sensation. And then I'm sorry I couldn't reproduce the Hindi because my screen was not showing it. But of course I have the text so I can share them. So with metaphor, he says, hunger is like the wandering of a deer under the scent of musk, like the rain-craving deserts, earth breaking into pieces, like the sky plunders drops of water continuously from the ocean, like the attraction of the earth to the sun. So that hunger is a process as primeval as nature. So then inventing words for hunger, this was very interesting, and this is only one student's response. So he says he thought of words like kwa, and bhook and ka and ugra and gudguru. So he was very good at doing this stuff, and some were not so good. But then I noticed that the IIT data was all male. Obviously, it's obvious. So we then interviewed females, right? And they were also young adults. And there was various kinds of languages. We asked them many questions apart from the ones which we had already asked IIT questions. When do you feel most hungry? And interestingly, they all said, almost all, a lot of them said, in the afternoon, and I've been hungry in the past 6 hours. So when we look at the ethics of hunger, we find that we ask them questions, well, did you think of others when you were experiencing your hunger episode? Did you look up the literature? Did you think about what you can do for social amelioration? And they all said, yeah, of course we did. But then one of them said, the person who was sorting the data, that everybody was lying when they answered the question, as we thought of others, we did this and we did that. And so we followed up and we asked, why are you lying about such a basic thing as hunger? And they said that we don't rate honesty high, but we rate, the girl said, so most of them felt that lying was nothing. It was nothing. It was a nothing burger. You could lie all the time about hunger. But rape is a terrible thing, which is another kind of bodily invasion. So what we are finding is that, the hunger is mixed up with a whole cognitive, You can ask questions about hunger, but you get people's mindsets out of it, their cognitions, social cognitions. And they also did hunger, pet mein chuha, and so on and so forth. And then we asked them, huh? Trampoline, yeah. They had trampoline. That's the previous slide, right? Yeah. So they had all sorts of, but what we asked them, so what is your favorite food? So they would say pizza, 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 chicken, 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 chicken. Then we asked them, like, what's your favorite cuisine? And they would say Indian, 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 Indian. So then, you could see that they had two kinds of presentations of the self through food and hunger. One was cuisines, Indian, food, pizzas, chicken. So, this was interesting. I felt in this very preliminary research, which is just the question I stated, that hunger is linked up with several perceptions of the self. And then we asked, so what you didn't like. And then we asked, would you like to eliminate the word hunger from the world lexicon? And most of them said no, because they had some idea that this was a historically valuable and epistemically valuable experience. So they didn't want hunger to go away from themselves because they would lose the body clock, or from the world. So from this, what do we get? Well, that, the epistemic hunger, the hunger for stories, the hunger for, aspiration, those kinds of hungers and real hunger inhabit the same kind of body, the same kind of mind. And so we got 10 conclusions. Culture is a significant contributor, which is obvious. Gender does not seem to influence hunger sensations, but does affect cognitions, because people are ready to lie when it comes to hunger and social responsibility. Real hunger and malnutrition in childhood are good predictors of epistemic malnutrition in adulthood. If you've been hungry as a child, you're very sensitive to the fact that you're not getting enough of an education. You're not getting enough knowledge. You're being treated badly. You belong to a certain class. And this perception in all our conversations came out. I haven't shown you that data. Hunger has a morphophonemic structure, only linguists are interested. It can't be described without metaphor, etc. And fictional descriptions are important. Finally, so we had lots, and I have lots of this data. Hunger is a trigonometric function that repeats itself successively. This is an IIT student description. But in India, one of the things we have to notice is West has eliminated to a large extent, at least North America and Europe, real hunger. They do have epistemic hunger. What we have to do is a match between the two. And in India, we have both. We have epistemic hunger and we have real hunger. So I've argued that we can learn from Norway, and we can even exhume a critique of state policy that lies buried in texts describing human beings under conditions of extreme stress. And finally, if we want a paradigm shift, as Peter was saying, then we are moving from the survival of the fittest to the survival of the weakest paradigm, which is people who are suffering from hunger. This is a big shift. And this is not one which we can, easily deal with. I'm almost done. I won't talk about the vulnerable body, but I can. And how can fictional texts contribute to a debate on basic social contexts? I believe that they show a fundamental flaw in much top-down policy, because they think of these bodies as mere bodies, whereas literature sees them as insubordinate minds, as in the case of, Knut Hamsun and everybody else, Bhamani Bhattacharya. So at last, I want to just say that have you heard of Anders Breivik? Like, he was a Norwegian who killed lots of people. Yeah. So he came from the same country, Norway, as our friend Knut Hamsun. And they were both Nazi supervisors. Yeah, so they were born under that, but they were obsessed with Christendom, fascist sympathies, etc. So why am I talking about this? Because both are fascists, both are on the side of injustice. However, Hunger is a text that is contested, really honest. And Breivik's manifesto, which I've read, is terrible because it's all borrowed. There's nothing. It's actually a starved epistemic body that Breivik has. But why I mention this is only to end with, which is an Indian connection. So Breivik had his, he was wearing a uniform, like he wanted to be this military guy. And Breivik had his tunic embroidered with stuff from a Muslim weaver in Banaras. Okay, now the Muslim weaver in Banaras had no idea who Breivik was because Breivik had contacted him online. But he says that, the Muslim, this Aslam Ansari said that, and Hindu has also attested this, is that I'm back to where I started. I don't know what he was up to. And remember, Anders Breivik is going to get out of jail in the next few years because they have only 20 years of jail for killing 77 people. In India, this man, Ansari, is back. He says, I'm back to square one. I don't have square meals for my family. So you see that these systems, rich North, poor South, are truly, I'm done, so truly inequitable. And so we need to do two things. We can eradicate, we can go past coronavirus and things like that, but we have to educate the mobile using citizens as, being able to distinguish false ventriloquisms and true voices. Literature will teach us, and language teaches us to do this. So this is my last slide. I asked my students to invent a word, and they had the same challenges, invent a new word for hunger. They played around with the morphophonemic structure of the language. Now, what happens is when you invent a new word, any kind of word, or a new vocabulary, or a new policy, or a new design for language, it can mean anything at all. It can produce an epistemic challenge. So Hamsun's character says the word Koboa, when it came to him, could mean padlock or sunrise or Tivoli Gardens or cattle show or even God. He had no idea what it meant. But slowly you have to fill in the capacious framework of epistemology to make it one concept, like hunger. And that's a problematic, it's a problem with conceptualization because he couldn't control the word, the character who invented the word. And he said, my thoughts took amazing leaps as I tried to establish the meaning of my new word. Linguists, literary theorists deal in meanings and what new words could mean. I think just transitions is such a new concept. So are many of the concepts like dear that we have looking. So this fearlessness to take amazing leaps. So I've done a very basic sketch of the way I'm trying to develop my hunger project, and I would invite comments. But I think that we do need to take that leap towards without all the scaffolding, because these are new ideas that we are dealing with, and yet we're dealing with a primary sensation like hunger, which has not been recognized and which afflicts a large number of our own population. So thank you for your patience.
Could we have Peter back on the Thank you, Rukmini. This was not only a very moving, it was a very disturbing presentation. I mean, and I kept thinking when the Prime Minister said, I'm going to give free food to 60 crores of Indian people, it just showed that
Lack of
they
imagination.
went to bed hungry. Given the fact that the government doesn't share data with us, we don't know how many people, we don't even know the poverty line. At least under the UPA, we had Planning Commission issuing 3 huge documents. You knew the poverty line, you knew how many people. But this is indicative enough. It's very, very moving and immensely rich primary presentation of the project. Wish you all the best for it. There's just one comment I wanted to make before I open it to the audience. Hunger is a social problem, isn't it? People are hungry amidst plenty. It's not as if they are on a desert island where everybody is hungry. They are hungry at a time when little kids are being fed ice cream by their parents. I still remember taking my children when they were small to Nirula's for ice cream and Connaught Place, and little kids surrounding us, and then we would, out of sheer guilt, give them an ice cream each because you couldn't bear the scene of them watching 2 children eating ice cream. So it is and I was remembering a very moving passage on poverty by the great William Frederick Hegel. And he says poverty is a social creation. Society is responsible for poverty, and society is responsible for hunger. So my one small suggestion is that you contextualize it at some point. That here we have the phenomena of hunger amidst plenty.
I think that has always been the case in human history because of being homo hierarchicus. So maybe we can think of, what should we say, societies which are consigned to prehistory because there was no written history. So think of societies where the distribution was egalitarian, and that is an imagined premise. But I can think of no society in the world that does not have hunger, and this includes New York. So, people on the streets of New York, which is, Americans are always saying this is the best country in the world, but people are hungry. So that phenomenon has to be contextualized in the context in which we live. Now, we have a huge number of people, and I think epistemic hunger and real hunger are related, that they're not like separate. If we call ourselves an aspirational society, we are a hungry society. And we are hungry because we have been deprived for so long, and we have taught ourselves to be malnutrition in terms of knowledge. So I think the problems are much more complex than something to do with student questionnaires, but I agree with you. I agree.
I mean, it makes the tragedy, You've used literature to describe experience, the sensation of hunger, which was extremely moving. I've always felt that if change has to come into society, it has to be through art, literature, theatre, poetry. I just thought that, the tragedy is that you have little children dying of hunger amidst plenty. I mean, that's what bothers us. But more questions, please.
Okay, I think since you were talking about a metaphorical hunger, real hunger, looking for connection between the lands where we suppose there's not supposed to be much hunger and a place like here, if you want one cohort of people who are also very articulate and where the hunger is actually self-inflicted, if for no other reason than that you'll get information from them, there are quite a lot of people reasonably educated, reasonably well off in the West, and maybe a few here too, where you have the problem of anorexia. Anorexia is a wonderful thing in that it manages to the kind of people who can really write about it, who can tell you, and who can give you very complicated reasonings for what happens in their minds, for example, how their minds, like I remember once reading somewhere about women who are very senior corporate officers in the US. They say $100,000 a year. That used to be a lot in those days. And 1,000 calories a day. So these are people who are deliberately starved for a large number of reasons, to present themselves as beautiful or to gain control over their lives. But the point is that they're an interesting source of information for introspection, maybe more than IIT boys, because while IIT boys have not really thought about it in that sort of terms, these people are so hungry that they think about it all day long. They invent recipes in their minds all day long for things they will not eat. And it's a very complex relationship, which is also metaphorical because they don't have to be hungry. I don't know what you think of this. Peter, thank you so much for your talk. I was so pleased to think that epistemology came through as the basis of everything, as you argued that here's a space for global South epistemologies to come in. But I was just wondering why you felt that we were talking about that was the basic problem rather than a change of value framework, right? So why wasn't the more natural argument, look, the way to change things is not so much through the global South epistemologies, but through global South values or something like this. So that was my question for Peter. And so are we collecting questions? Or? Okay. And then thanks, Rukmini. I was really intrigued by your notion of the hunger felt by the well-fed. And I thought you could have pushed it further because and I only thought you could have, I mean, I don't generally care about food, but like I'm very sure that I've never felt that the kind of hunger that some people have felt. I'm completely sure because I remember one of my grandfathers telling me about this, and I was just completely couldn't identify with it. And I realized that you need to draw that distinction when you said that morals in the story case are the nutrients. And I was like, no, they're not. No. The nutrients in the story, the thing that satisfies hunger is the actual story. Listening to it, the character, nothing to do with the morals. And then I thought, but maybe that's just like there's a similar distinction to draw of the well-fed mind or whatever it is, who can relish the story versus another kind of hunger, which really is for the morals. And then, yeah, so that was mine.
Veli, can I add? Veli, I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your question. Is it possible to sort of say it again?
Yes, sure. I think you need the mic closer to you. I have problems hearing you and I'm only here.
I couldn't hear it.
Okay, how is this?
Yeah.
Is that better? Okay.
Better now.
Okay, great. So I was just wondering why you wanted to. So once you showed so the motivation for bringing in global South epistemologies was that the four approaches, the fiscal, tech, and policy and training approaches, were missing some deep structural problems about the world we live in, right? And then you said, well, here's where global South epistemologies come in. And I wondered why you thought that it was an epistemic problem versus why don't we rather say, no, here's where global South values come in the first instance. And then maybe the epistemologies will need to be brought in as tools. But it seems like the argument better motivates us turning to global South values rather than epistemologies.
Thank you.
Question each to Rukmini and to Peter. Peter, it's the idea of what Philip Upwood talks about, the trolley problem, and to really think of to think this in the context of when we're talking of justice landscapes, who do we actually then, which justice is more, we are likely to erode as against the others? Like, do we choose the kind of frameworks of justice? And I think that, it's because, and it's hard choice, we know that, but, and this really segues with, in a sense, with Rukmini's question on the Nazi question of the thinker, the writer. She's mentioning that somewhere we abandon the artist, or we abandon the person. Who do we do? I mean, if you look at M.F. Hussain painting Durga during emergency, it's a case study. I mean, you're right. Professor Chandhoke is right that, we need art, it's theater, that. But what sort? Who is the? And then the question of we, I think I took that note on my notepad. When you mentioned the idea of we, who are the we who need to be vigilant of the forces of colonization? We, in quotes, and vigilant. I mean, I don't know, with the context that we tend to live in, how are we thinking of these words? They are words which are loaded both ways. Yeah, very
Can we?
It's really in the context of Peter. Let her ask the question of Rukmini, then I'll ask you to reply. Okay.
So, lucidly, he's thinking through flashback and lyricism, but he's also got the agenda of being. He's been thought of as a Nazi. He's wanted to kind of, it's almost like what people read into Heidegger at times. And yet you say, I don't want to do away with Heidegger's thinking on being. I'd rather continue. So and it's not like we are riddled with that kind of a problem all the time. How does one think around that? It's a tough one, I think.
Peter, would you like to reply?
Can I respond, please? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for both those questions. I think to Veli's question as to why do I think it's an epistemic and not a value question, I think implicit in my framing is the acceptance that there's an asymmetry of knowledge production and dissemination between the global north and global south. And I tried to connect our presentation with your presentation. And in that asymmetric thing, I saw that while in the morning session, we were concerned about decolonization, that means reducing the asymmetry, we were not sufficiently attentive to the new asymmetries that were emerging. And I presented just transitions as a possible concept that has gained a certain purchase in the global north and is now becoming normalized in policy thinking and policy frameworks. And the policy thinking is in terms of those 4 dimensions that I listed. Now, why do I think that this is an asymmetric problem? It's an asymmetric problem because the way the framing is being produced and disseminated is beginning to affect the way we see the world. It's beginning to affect our perception of what the problem looks like and our perception of what the solution looks like. And particularly because in this asymmetric relationship, the global north has begun to dominate policy making in the global south. It has begun to dominate. Boston Consulting Group sits in many of the ministries of the government of India. So the solutions that they offer become solutions that are presented as universal solutions and not solutions which only actually have much greater relevance in the global north. So that's one reason that the knowledge that is being produced and disseminated and marketed is basically a global north framing. A global south framing would bring in a lot of voices that are not there in the literature. As I said, you have to shout really loud to have an Adivasi perspective in the idea of just transitions. You'd have to shout really loud to have a gender perspective on energy justice. in this debate. So to my mind, a global South perspective would not just make the framing uncomfortable, but would disturb its complacency as it exists today. And this is, I mean, I can't claim this is a hugely exhaustive reading, but what I've done is look at a lot of representative studies and reports, and this was my initial finding. So that's why I think it's an epistemic problem and not just a value problem, because really it has begun to affect the way we. I mean, if I can give you some anecdotal ideas, some years ago, the present government of India, alarmed at the intrusion of global consultancies in government ministries, tasked, this is on record, but it's not disappeared from the record, tasked the finance secretary, the cabinet secretary, and the foreign secretary. A committee was formed to find out who are these global consultancies and what is their advice. A report was given. All ministry secretaries were asked to report. The report was given, it was compiled, and it is not publicly available. So that's from where I'm speaking. That is the kind of anxiety from which I'm speaking. So secondly, I think the point about who is the we, I mean, yeah, I think that's a fair question. That I assume that we are all on the same side, and therefore I don't need to specify. By we, I mean the vulnerable people of the global South. By we, I mean those who are victims of power relationships. But I basically, by we, I mean those who have to face the consequences of the new recolonization that is taking place, the epistemic recolonization. And if we are, if one is, let me just shift from we to one, if one is really concerned with concepts of justice, as we are, with concepts of sustainable futures, as we are, with concepts of a degraded planet and what should be done about it, as we are, and these are concerns that have now become part of our social science and humanities discourse all over the world, even in India. Then I think the we refers to those who will be the losers in the framing of the problem, as I've said earlier. The we are those whose voices are not being heard. As I said, I mean, perhaps this is my second presentation of this theme. In my first presentation, I was not so conscious of the possible use of just transitions. I hinted at it, but I was not so certain, and I did not speak as confidently of the idea of just transitions being a concept in a new recolonization. I didn't name it in such a way. I was tentative. Could it be? Maybe, possible, etc. Today, I feel much more confident that that is the case. Secondly, and that is why we must, the vigilance that I'm demanding is a vigilance among those of us who see ourselves as critical interlocutors. We are critical interlocutors of policy framings. We are critical interlocutors of the way in which multilaterals, think tanks, global consultancies, etc., are telling us how to move into the future, and even telling us what the future looks like. It is vigilance there, and my presentation was attempting to be one instance of such vigilance. I didn't get the M.F. Hussain illustration, but I would love to speak to it because I've done some work on M.F. Hussain, and so if you may want to sort of raise it as an addendum, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, so I was borrowing a phrase from Professor Chandhoke's assertion that it's often art that would rescue us. It would be theater that would rescue us. And in that context, I was thinking, I think we as people probably with a sense of conscience, we would all be on the same sides, whatever way we see it. And so I understand the concept of we, and I thanks for kind of putting it through in a slightly different way. But here, when we really look at that we, it's also an ideological we. And I think often when we think of that landscape, it is also in that context that we go back to our historic past. And when we see that, when we probe that somehow, it is, if we are thinking of theater as an overture to create, reconstruct a society, to think of the world afresh, it could also be a device which is employed as a source of propaganda. And in that context, I was taking up M.F. Hussain because he also, I mean, with the due credit to his beautiful paintings, but he ended up painting a former prime minister as Durga. So that was, and this was during emergency. And one really thinks, because we tend to gloss over, you know, as epistemic communities, we gloss over what, even though we may think but as an epistemic community, to be able to think critically, even within the community, it's, even, and that's why the question of we becomes a little tricky. It's almost, we are assigning ourselves a kind of a position of being able to drive the just path. So and without realizing, at times there are slippery slopes that go totally missing from our attention. Therefore, the question really comes back to the we again and again, in a sense. Although I understand that the spirit of the argument, but it was just to kind of, as a cautionary tale, and as a kind of a way to think further from that perspective.
Okay, thank you. I mean, let me elaborate a little bit more. By we, I suggested that I'm referring to critical interlocutors. I would stay with that. But I would not say that these critical interlocutors constitute a community, of, a solidarity community. There may be internal differences between them. There may be internal differences and strong disagreements. So critical interlocutors do not seamlessly evolve into a critical community that has a shared understanding of the world. So I would not. I mean, I would emphasize the critical interlocutor aspect, and say that if they form a community, well and good, because they form a community because they share the critical articulations that they have devolved, not because they buy into it, not because they are my friends, or we go to the same institute. So that's my first response. So I would not accept the blind spots that you're anxious about. That's the first thing. I would agree with Neera that art is a wonderful way in which we can destabilize power relationships and introduce new possibilities into our critical engagement. And M.F. Hussain is a good example. M.F. Hussain, as you rightly pointed out, painted Indira Gandhi as Durga, and that only points to the fact that M.F. Hussain was not perfect. But M.F. Hussain, as an artist, I think was one of the great artists of the last 50 years in India, from independence, from the emergence of the progressive artist group. And if you look at his oeuvre, if you look at the various art forms that he produced, it's a huge contribution for us to rethink the Indian modern. I mean, his work on the Mahabharata, for example, is outstanding, but it's not available in India. It's sitting in the Peabody Museum in outside Boston. His work on the various interpretations of Krishna or Ganesha is fascinating. M.F. Hussain, to my mind, actually, his artwork needs re-engagement. In fact, my argument is, and I've published a paper in this, which has come out in an edited volume, I think the time has come to rehabilitate M.F. Hussain. What we have done to M.F. Hussain is a constitutional crime. Constitutional, because no constitutional authority stood up for him. And this happened at a time during the UPA government, not the present NDA government. So I think Neera's point is valid. but at the moment it's underdeveloped, because M.F. Hussain actually represents different aspects of India. Even the artwork which the Lakshmi Mittal owns about different aspects of Indian modernity, which is exhibited in the Victoria and Albert Museum. Fantastic collection, but unavailable. So I agree with the general point, but I also make the point that I wouldn't damn M.F. Hussain for his for his Durga painting, but actually rehabilitate him for the vast body of literature of art that he has produced. Thank you.
Thanks. And just to kind of let you know, neither would I damn him. It's just that it comes as a kind of, like you said, an anxiety, which is legitimate because there's also the clubbist tendency within all of us. And I think ideology has really played a remarkable role, whether we understood or not. We somehow swore by many ideologies, and we don't know where we belong sometimes, in fact.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I have nothing. I don't want to add to this conversation, but we are facing a very organized set of interests in the global north that are disseminating their ideas. I mean, look at Israel, the way Indians are talking about Israel. It is completely shocking. You look at the media, and I have no doubt that Akshay Kumar will produce a film glamorizing Israel. So there is a whole financial capital, industrial capital, media. I mean, you name them, your FBI, there is CBI. I mean, and of course, historical impact of their systems of knowledge, which many of us tend to take for granted. BBC, in fact, is not doing that. And the only person who is against the prevailing stream is somebody like Ravish Kumar. Otherwise, every single channel, I've stopped subscribing to channels in the sense that they're so influenced by the United States. It's completely shameful. We are facing a very organized onslaught on our way of thinking. So I don't know what the difference between somebody who thinks creatively and him being or her being a part of a group is. But I would suggest that there is a community. When Edward Said writes on his public intellectual, then he says, look, the public intellectual will always be an outsider. And in a way that he lives a life of the mind, he's not a part of any interest group. But that is so idyllic, because unless you are linked up with a group, how are you going to even press your point of opinion upon the rest of the world? You have to be a part of some social movement. And very briefly to end, we did a project, as my students and I, way back in the 90s, between the NBA and Chhattisgarh Mukti Morcha of Niyogi. The difference was very simple, and I said it and I was hammered for it. The NBA, led by Meera Patkar, had outsiders on the executive committee. Niyogi made the Adivasis a part of the executive committee. When we went to Raipur, they were on Bhilai Street plant. They were all talking about the fall of the Berlin Wall and talking about the impact. It was amazing what he did for agency. On the other hand, I'm sorry, despite all my admiration for Meera Patkar, she never really expanded the domain to include Adivasis whose lives were being affected. And when we look at social, and I remember everybody attacking because NBA was all the rage those days. But in effect, we should be able to discern between the movements we can join. But I want to stop here. This is an unending conversation.
Drag my mind back from this fascinating discussion. I'd like to begin so as to maintain a continuity with Peter's remarks. I'd like to begin with how he addressed the question of the we, saying he's thinking of the critical we who is interrogating some other dominant power. And I want to argue for a more basic understanding of we, which I believe is theoretically sensitive, and that is, I, we, he, she, it, they. These are pronouns. they're embedded in the structure of the language and their deictic centers change. That is to say, when I'm saying I, it's a different I from your I. My we is a different we, and this is changing all the time. Human cognition has developed a way to manage cultural conversations in terms of shifts of deictic centers. That is, the I never remains stable, the we doesn't remain stable, and none of these are stable, so we manage it according to context. And this is how we understand pronouns like we. There are languages which have far fewer pronouns, but let's say we stick with these pronouns. What we're really managing is changes of centers of self. Who am I? We're answering the who am I question. So I would like to point to this aspect of the we, because it's not just we, who are interrogating the West. Even that doesn't remain solid, because when you're talking to your mama or your mother or somebody, that we changes again quite dramatically in terms of power, hierarchy, etc. And the second thing that Peter said is, he said, we really need to shout out to the we need to include the Adivasi, to include various people in this complex conversation, which all societies have and we have as human beings. You need to really work hard. I want to say that my friendship with Peter was cemented in a way over a book, which is this book, which is called Keywords for India, where we asked 200 plus people to write for us. Rakesh, did you write for it? No, so lots of people. Usha did, I know. She wrote on Virangana and what else? Okay, so you were going to write on Eve teasing. Okay. Oh, you wrote. Okay, so you wrote too. So lots of people, and there were 200 people. So we thought that that is our collective thought, and we had many conversations over this we, what constituted this we. And it was a struggle, but we decided that we would not have any non-Indian writing for us, because we wanted people who were grounded, so somebody was right, and we thought synchronic and diachronic. That is, you would have historical memory, so you would have terms like Atma and Ahimsa and so on. But you would also have gym and beauty parlor and Eve teasing, Janam Patri, which I had to practically follow. I wanted to write it. Fall on my knees to ask people to do Janam Patri, because there isn't, you will never believe. So Janam Patri means, what is it called? Horoscope? Horoscope. Okay. So I looked up, I wanted to write on astrology and horoscope. All the politicians are doing it. And these are the sort of sports stars. Yeah, and they are below the surface. And I looked up, first of all, this is a bit of a digression, but just want to say, I looked up theses which had been written on the subject of astrology, and what it meant. No respectable sociologist, no respectable philosopher, and no respectable linguist had touched the subject. We believe in it, but damned if we are going to examine these beliefs. So no people, and I said to Agnihotri, you write it or I write it. And finally, he wrote it because these were the unoiled wheels. So what's left unsaid or what's invisible is that's another constitution of the we. And it's left out. And this was our first time attempt. And we left out about 500 words from this because it just got too fat. But we tried to start a documentation of the words we use synchronically, diachronically, words like IIT. Then what does it mean to anybody? Acronyms. Borrowings, setting was one, Upperwala was not a borrowing, but things like that, tension. we had all of that, and we
Right.
thought that we would then establish a common field of discourse, which was a project only Peter and Ranjit, I think, believed in when I first began. And then we built a we, and knowing that the didactic centers change. So that's a throwaway comment. Now I'll respond to the questions. Peter, you wanted to add something, I think.
And I just said file was another word that was.
File life. That is Modi's favorite, our Prime Minister's favorite pun. File versus life. He, and he's very right about that in Indian bureaucracy, one has to say. Anyway, so now I'll go back to Peggy's and Veli's and Bharati's questions. So, Peggy, you pointed out that, and I have actually looked independently. I didn't present all the research I've ever done, just a tiny bit. And you are right to say IIT students are a very small fragment, although they represent the political unconsciousness of India in many ways, but they're a small. So I have looked at bulimia and anorexia among our population because of this globalization of body image. And I've also looked at what doctors are very keen on now, which is obesity. And, so I've looked at those pathologies of the body in terms of how we understand hunger and comprehension of ourselves, which I consider to be cognition and control over the self. So this is a separate body. I'm trying to piece all these bits and pieces together, but it's an important point. What I would only like to say that we don't necessarily have to go outside our country to look at these problems, because, they are things which have they're global pathologies, and they are infecting a lot of our urban and well-heeled youth, right? So I think that it is very important to look at these pathologies in addition to the problem of vulnerability, which is what my focus is. So thanks for that suggestion, and I will ask for your help. Then Veli's two questions, which were also very interesting. One was to do with, the hunger of the well-fed. That was your phrase. So the hunger felt by the well-fed. And your example was, you said, didn't have an experience of hunger. I had to listen to it from, from other people. And am I correct?
I have, but not the kind
we've all experienced hunger. You're thinking about chule pet mein. We've all, because it's an embedded cognitive device. We all have hunger clocks. So we've all felt hunger, which is why I'm surprised that it hasn't been documented at all in Western cognition. But I'm talking about, the kind of hunger that I'm talking about, which results in malnutrition, stunting, etc. And I do think that in that case of, the hunger of the well-fed, there is a link. I'm not sure about this, but I think it is to do with people's forgetfulness about something which was a problem. For example, malaria was a problem in the West, in the 17th century, right? It's gone. And people don't talk about malaria, they talk about tropical diseases. And that is a separate center which confines the tropical disease of malaria to the tropics. But it wasn't always the case. So we have historical forgetfulness, and that again is a cognitive device because you can't remember everything. So you have to choose your battles. I do feel that, when we talk about Gandhi starving himself, was it a case of the hunger of the well-fed? And I'd like your feedback, because he could have eaten. But
it's the difference between having a choice
Yes,
do not
that's the choice, right?
So I would suggest that you make a difference between fasting and between how do you pronounce it? Bulimia?
Bulimia. Yeah.
People who choose not to.
No, of course, these are different cognitive
People who
categories.
don't have a choice. I mean, there is a difference.
Yes, there is a huge difference. And same with education, epistemic hunger. People don't have a choice to be educated. They're not given the social choice. So that's true. And of course, you have to cut the cake very sharp and rigorously and produce 10 articles rather than one, and then try to see how the pieces go together. So yeah, thank you for reminding me of the problem. And of course, I don't want to lump them all together because I know there are different forms of hunger. But I think the well-fed part is really important because the West does not consider hunger a problem. And you will see on the hunger map, it is not there. It's a blank. So as far as Veli's disagreement was, she looked at my slide which said, morals are the nutrients in a meal. And she said, no, they're not. They're not nutrients in a meal. The richness lies in the telling of the story. But I ask you to consider a thought experiment now. Just think about it. You think of yourself watching a good film. I'm going to ask you, and I think this must be true even if you deny it, do your palms sweat? Do your eyes fixate on the screen? Do your pulse rates go up? They do. They do, right? This is a common sensation. You're listening to a story, it's false. It's totally false. And you have all the physiological sensations that you have when you are feeling really sort of attacked by somebody. Danger, the situations of danger, you have the same physical reactions that you have when listening to a story. So when I began my research, not on hunger, but on stories, I asked myself, well, they know the feeling is false. They know it's a story. Why are they sitting on the edge of their seats? Why are their palms sweating? Why is this happening? And my answer was that this was a very important survival instinct, which is stories are a cheap epistemic device for learning about dangerous experiences and survival experiences. You tell the story, people get the point. It's like a flight simulator. Okay, you don't have to actually fly the plane because then the species would wipe itself out. Okay, so it's like a flight simulator. Now, if you have flight simulators built into your mind, are you following me? You're following the argument, right? Okay, so now the question is, when you actually have to fly a plane, you need something like a sense of a landing. You are flying a plane, but you're not flying it forever. You're going to land the plane. Do you agree? So that is your, when you listen to a film and the screen goes blank halfway through, you don't have the nutrient. You don't have the morals. But almost all good, all your traditional stories, again, I ask you to think, do you have morals? Do you extract morals from them? You do, and your society does that community work for you. You may not agree with the moral. You may fight it. You may have what Peter calls a critical attitude towards it, but stories without that landing, that thing when we say, we've arrived, this is what we've got out of it, this is the nutrition you seek. And I just want to ask you, do you think that stories, and this is a question, do you think stories which are causal sentence structures which build in causality and so on and so forth, I'm not going into the technicalities, but do you think stories have a kind of, is there a craving for a moral at the end of the story? By a moral, I don't mean like you must do this, but by moral, I mean the answer to the question, why are you telling me this?
Why are you telling me the story?
Can I try and answer?
Yeah,
The-
sir.
I think
Okay, here, we can
so.
share
I
this.
think so. I think that there is even if there is always a moral in the story. Point still is does that explain why we want to hear the same story over and over again? And it seems to me that once I've drawn the story, the moral, then I can't want to hear the story for that reason in order to draw it over and over again.
Yes, and the reason for that, why do I want to listen to this Ramayana every every now and then every year we'll come and listen to the Ramayana. The answer to that question is that it is, as he said, it's a community pulling together. The moral of this is, listening to the Ramayana over and over again every year, which many of us do, is that it pulls us together to assert a common set of values, which is good will win over evil, or whatever it is that we have. And you assert that. And this is what Hillis Miller calls the necessarily incompleteness of stories. You have to bang them and bring them to an end again, then open it up, and then come back and assert it. So that element of iteration, or itara, which is a Sanskrit word, is common to all stories. Otherwise, why would storytelling and why would language be spread across all communities? Language may be an adaptation, but storytelling is a discourse universe. So, I mean, it's found in every culture, right? So here I would say nutrients in a meal, maybe that's too sort of crude a way of saying it, but that stories have a kind of ethical principle which we're seeking to extract with them. Okay. And we are ending. We have 10 minutes more before the move to high tea. Okay, I just want to say very quickly, I want to answer your question. No, not your question. Should I do that? Or we can talk over chai. Chai. Conversations over chai never end. Look at your poster. How predictive. So Bharati, I think you asked the question. You had something about the trolley problem, which Peter didn't answer. But does everybody here know what the trolley problem is? Do you know the trolley problem? So you don't know the trolley problem? So I think I'll end with the trolley problem. Yeah. So I just want to say, what is it? It means that you are here controlling a lever, like the way, and you have the choice to, this is an example of a trolley problem. Yeah. And you have the choice to pull the lever and either kill one person on the track or save him because he's immediate, and kill 20 people further down the road. And what our research, among others, lots of them have used trolleys. But the research we did jointly with Edward showed that the shape of the trolley problem is shifting, and people generationally. So younger people are answering the trolley problem different from older people, which means that, again, it's a dialectic change, it's a change of centers, and trolley problems are not absolute. So the other question you asked about art, I think I've already talked about art and literature, so I won't ask that, I won't answer, but thank you for being patient. Any more questions?
Time for the tea trolley.
Yeah. Okay.
You have a question.
You have a question. Please.
Well, I don't have a question as much as no. There were two comments that I was thinking of. One was then I read
Usha, just say who you are.
Oh, I'm okay. My name is Usha Mudiganti. I teach at Ambedkar University, Delhi, and I was Professor Nair's PhD student many years ago. So, and she told me about this conference. I said, I want to come and listen to this talk on hunger. Because the reason I wanted to listen to this talk on hunger, at least the reason I wanted to listen to this talk on hunger was because of this poem that I had because of two texts, which is what I wanted to talk about just now. One is Jayanta Mahapatra's poem called Hunger, and which is a beautiful poem, and it talks about various kinds of hunger, and not just about hunger in terms of food. So, and yes, and the kinds of ways in which hunger divides and also navigates poverty, because there is this tourist who's offered a service to assuage family hunger. So it's a very beautiful poem, I felt, and I thought that when the talk is called reparations, what are the reparations being done? And during this entire discussion, I started thinking of Anita Desai's fasting and feasting.
Yeah, that's one of my texts.
So that the manner in which this divide between the global south and the global north is looked at in almost an Anurag Mathur inscrutable American way by Anita Desai, where she's talking about somebody who is choosing to fast because of bulimia, and another who's choosing to fast because she's culturally expected to fast.
Vrats, the famous vrats.
So I just thought that I could discuss this over tea, but because there was some time, I thought that I should mention.
People also fast for specific political purposes. Tara Singh went on fast to have a Punjabi Subha. I mean, for days he was fasting. Gandhi used to fast as a political weapon. That's not the point. The point is you have a choice actually to break your fast. There is food available to you. Whereas there are cases where there is
most cases.
You remember that the ghost story where this guy from the Dalit caste comes to ask some Brahmin to fix an auspicious day for his daughter's marriage, and the Brahmin goes about his daily routine, and the guy dies. He dies in the end. I mean, what do you call these kinds of death? He dies of sheer hunger and thirst.
Yes, no, the reason I was thinking of cultural, because she's culturally expected to fast, was not that the availability of food. The point was that, there are some cultural roles that women perform in families where it's not like they are choosing. If we actually say that, they are choosing, we are in some way saying that, well, you're not choosing to, by being a victim, you're not choosing to fight a battle. But how many battles does one fight? So some women are just victims of cultural necessities, like all these women who are fasting for days on end for a puja or something of that sort. Or for, oh yes, as we speak, people are fasting for, so it's cultural. And it's not really a choice. You can actually say, I don't want to do it. But if you do say, I don't want to do it, then it becomes a huge issue. Then it's a battle you're fighting for life. So that's why I said that. But anyway, thank you.
They have experienced sensation all these in a long time. It was so exciting, so rewarding. Thank you very much, Peter, if you're still around. And thank you, Rukmini, for giving us this feast. It's a bit of irony after her paper, but really it was great. Thank you very much. And it's great
and thank you all very
assemblage of young people who are so excited about intellectual ideas.
And
it
thanks
gladdens my heart. Yeah.
I want to thank Veli especially because the whole morning session where you weren't there, right, was about reparations. So it did come up in the morning session and then we changed.
Yes, it was amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. Yeah. So thanks for coming from.
Made us think.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Chalo.
Thanks.
Right.
All the
Thanks,
best for your
everybody.
projects. Yeah.
Thank you.